Hi, Leslie Rogalski here, Creative Director for the Beadsmith in the US, and I'm delighted to be presenting Zeron tools for Jewelry Maker television. I'd like to introduce you to a group of go-to pliers. These are what they call the Stubby flat nose pliers. The noses meet in what they call a tweezers, so that the very tips come together, and it allows you to see exactly where you're holding and exactly precision to get in there and do the work that you need. So this is just a longer version of the flat nose. Again, these have the tweezer meet up. It's a longer nose, so if you're working with larger gauges of wire or larger jump rings, this is perfect for you. And the last pair of pliers, which everybody needs, is the round nose. Now, these round noses from Zeron are really interesting because the tips are round, but they taper into an ellipse. So you can actually make, when you're doing wire work and you're making loops, you can change the shape. So you can have round loops, or you can have a more interesting shape with the ellipse. So here are three go-to wonderful basic Zeron pliers to add to your tool rack.
Jewelry Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
At Jewellery Maker, we are always looking at ways to provide you with a fantastic shopping experience. With this in mind, we'd like to welcome you to our new pre-order option. Selected items throughout the day will be put on display and made available for pre-order. When the presenter informs you that the pre-order service is available on an item, this is your chance to pop it into your online basket or speak to one of our brilliant call centre team members and be one of the first to secure your purchase.
It couldn't be easier to buy from Jewellery Maker with all the information you need right there on screen. From the item code and the product description, right down to the price. And whether you're buying at the beginning or at the end of the offer, everyone pays the final on-screen price. So what are you waiting for? Simply telephone our free phone number or join us at JewelleryMaker.com and start your jewellery making journey today. Jewellery Maker, your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs.
Hello darlings, happy Saturday. I'm flashing a bit of shoulder at you. Tools of the trade we're having this evening. So guess what the show's full of today? Tools. We've got tools that we haven't seen since Feb and March 2016. That's a long time, isn't it? Yeah, that's a long time to not, to be without a tool. Now, if you've got a tool that does a job and makes it easier, worth every penny. Isn't it? Don't you think? I think so. I think it is. So we're doing tools of the trade. We have got Zeron. We've got 3 sets of Zeron pliers in the first hour alone. We're going to pop them all on pre-order. Let me show you what I've got to start with before I introduce my guest designer in a moment. We'll start with the tools, and then we are going to show you that we have got, let me get these ready for you. We have got the little, there they are. We've got the Maxi shear flush cutters. We haven't seen these Zeron Maxi shear cutters since 26th of February. We're now in July, for goodness sake. This is a long time. Now I'm going to tell you all about these tools. These are going to go on pre-order. Okay? Have you put them on pre-order yet, Phil? Yeah, so the code for these is N for Nelly, I, B for Broadbent, D for David, it's my dad's name, 57. Then we've got the, coming up, we have got, the next ones are the, we've got, well, hang on, which ones are, okay, these ones. We've got the round nose pliers coming up as well for you in the Zeron. So they're coming up for you, again, on pre-order, not been seen since the 9th of March. PR, B for Birmingham, D for David, 68. They are on pre-order right now. Now, we've only got 150 of each and 200 of the one. And then we've got, to finish with, we have also got The Stubby flat nose pliers, I'll talk you all through these. We've not seen these since the 3rd of March, so these have been Feb and March since we've seen all of these Zeron tools. They are absolutely fantastic. Once you've got them as part of your gang, as Laura Binding would call it, and Fleur, they are wonderful. Your gang, basically your team, quite simply. So we've got those coming up for you. You are part of my gang. I'm part of your gang, Mike. You're absolutely right. So we've got those coming up in the first hour alone. Can I just mention as well, now, when I'm on air, can I tell you, we've got this. Now, this was on back in, we only had it on Jewellery Maker once before, back in March 2016. This is coming up as your star buy for you. I cannot rave about this enough. We've only had it on once before. This is at 7 o'clock tonight and I've got 100 chances. Now, last time it was on, we had 200 and it sold out immediately. Now, this is called a third-hand base. It's a round rubber base, which it's like a smaller version of a handy-andy to a degree. But, in my opinion, that's wicked. This is my favourite thing on the show tonight. Because if you ever work with tweezers, these, in my opinion, are the best tweezers on the planet. They're called crossover tweezers because they cross over, look. And the great news is, when you're working with tweezers normally, if you have a standard pair of tweezers, what you have to do is you constantly have to keep them pressed. And that puts pressure on your fingers, puts pressure on your hands, means you have to tense, means you have to hold onto your tweezers all the time. You don't with these. Once you pick something up, let me just prove a point. Once you've locked on, you can leave them, hands-free. So you cannot do that with any other tweezers. They are brilliant. I can't recommend them enough. So can you see there, look, I've picked up the jump ring. Don't have to touch it again. I haven't got it's totally stress-free tweezer work. The only thing is, I've only got 100 of them. The price is ridiculous. Brilliant. Brilliant, okay? That is my favourite thing of the show tonight, but that's me. So, yeah, let's get that on pre-order. Now, the code is THGX24, and I've got 100, and it's going under £10. Way under. Way under. Okay, fantastic. Now, let me introduce the wonderful well, this guest designer knows all about the tools of the trade. I think she owns practically all of them, if not several of each one. And it is our lovely Fleur Hastings. Hello, gorgeous girl.
Yeah, my lovely.
Can we just look at? Have you seen Fleur's necklace she's wearing? Well, I suppose it's called a necklace, is it?
I think you call it a necklace. Yeah.
Absolutely sexalicious. That is very nice. I do like that, Fleur.
Thank you.
Made by your own fair hand, no doubt.
And made by our 1mm black aluminium wire as well.
Is it? Is that what it is? Is it really?
Yeah, I made all the jump rings and then...
Gosh, very sexy. Oh, now the good news is as well, this lady here won, didn't you win Workshop of the Year last year for your pearl knotting?
Yeah.
This evening we couldn't have a better lady on the show because we have got all sorts of pearl knotting and bead knotting tools available for you. We've got the pearl threads, we've got a fantastic pearl kit coming up, we've got that great Not-a-bead tool that has not been seen since January. We've got a bead-along tin cup spacer for knotting to go with that with that tool that has never been on air before. Okay, so we'll talk to you about the tin cup necklace because you might not know what that is, but Fleur's made some beautiful tin cup necklaces. They're absolutely fantastic. Also, obviously we've got Fleur. She is the perfect person because she runs the pearl knotting course. It is the course that you voted for as your #1 favourite workshop last year. So my goodness, well, in fact, I think she gets a round of applause for that. Just to mention as well, when we do get to the kit in the 9 o'clock hour, there are 2 workshops that I'm going to mention for Fleur coming up. One is on the 24th of August, one is on the 25th. If you want to do both, you could stop over, make a 2-day trip of it. Now, 24th of August, which is a Thursday, you can go on to the Pearl Knotting Projects with Fleur. Now, you can book by either calling the call centre and saying, I'd like to, there are available places I've checked for you today. So you can get onto that course, you could stop over, and then the next day, now the last time this was on, it sold out instantly. We have got jadeite jewellery dreams, and again this lady wears jadeite every day of her life. That's the following day on Friday the 25th of August. You can either go online, just go to the bottom of the homepage, you'll see workshops, click on it, click on August, select the date, add it to your basket, and Bob's your uncle, so to speak. So yeah, so we'll talk some more about those workshops later with Fleur, but get yourself on those. You'll have a fabulous day. They're brilliant, worth every penny. Right then, should we get cracking? Hello, gorgeous face. She's all excited. Look at that little face.
I'm just admiring my new work colleagues.
Yes, you do. You're quite. It's very exciting because we've been a bit starved of tools lately, haven't we? Well, I'll be honest.
Yeah, and some just really exciting tools. These are personally my favourite out of today's.
Is it these? I haven't even mentioned. We have the crimping pliers back in. We do. We've made a little bundle, haven't we?
Yeah.
And I'm very excited because it's got the elastic in to make you stretchy. Yep. It's got the monofilament, it's got the silver beading thread, it's got some extra large crimping tubes,
yep.
And we've got the crimping pliers. Now these crimping pliers, I'm going to tell you again, these crimping pliers have not been seen for ages. Ages and ages and ages. I haven't actually got the date here, but really good bundle. And it's got the tarnish resistant silver plated crimp tubes as well. Yeah, these, because these, I've got to be, I know if you get your chain nose or your flat nose, you can actually manage to do a crimp, but I can't. I find it really, they ping everywhere.
Yeah, and I think you get such a professional finish when you use a tool like this.
Yeah.
It's a little tool, but it's a very mighty tool.
I think it's one of my favourites.
Yeah.
After the round nose and the chain nose and the flat nose and your flush cutters, that's my favourite because that makes me be able to actually crimp and crimp cover. So those are coming up. Those are coming up, by the way, 7:45. Okay, so if you want all these tools, they aren't in big numbers though. All right, and they will make your work easier as a jewellery maker. Okay, right then, shall we get cracking? Shall we? Yeah. Just to mention, the Zeron Maxi shear cutters with the short handles, not been seen since Feb, are coming up in 5 minutes. Okay, what did you want to start with, Phil? 14. Oh no, I've not seen this before. Wow. Sorry? You know the crossover tweezers with the third hand base? Half the stock's gone. Best tweezers on the planet. The base is brilliant, but it's the tweezers, the tweezers, the tweezers, the tweezers. I'm in love with the tweezers. Honestly, they're my favourite thing on Jewellery Maker. End of. I just love these tweezers. Best tweezers ever. If you use tweezers as much as I do, you'll understand where I'm coming from. Now this, look. It's a completely wearable Drwy quartz because look, we've even drilled it at the top for you. Isn't that brilliant?
It's beautiful, that.
I'll tell you what, Fleur. When you go down these shopping centres, you know, where you live, and we've got them in St Coldfield and Solihull and places like that, and obviously most big towns and cities, you know, you get those little pop-up little units in the centre when you come out the main shops. And they're doing like, they're selling blinds and they're selling the latest TV package and that person jumps at you. Well, they sell, some of them sell shawls and scarves and bags and jewellery. They're selling things like this, but in an agate slice. I've not seen a Drwy, but just to give you an idea, an agate slice on a long piece of satin ribbon knotted for $16.99. Just to mention. Now, it's not a Drwy, because I think they would be more expensive, but just an agate slice. I don't know if it is a true agate, I couldn't really tell, but, you know, that kind of thing on a big, long piece of ribbon, knotted ribbon, $16.99. Because I saw them the other day, so I just thought I'd tell you. Now, this is gorgeous. I'm going to show you all the way around. Now, this, for me, is like owning a little bit of planet Earth, isn't it? I mean, how super cool. That's like, you haven't needed Captain Kirk to go and get that for you.
It does. Do you know, it reminds me of a little a fairy could live in there. Like a little wirework fairy.
Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, that'd be lovely. We're going to give you this beautiful, with the drill hole to attach to, 120 carat Drwy quartz there. Wow. For $8.95. That's just fantastic, isn't it?
You know, these are so useful as well. I know this one's got a drill hole in it, so you can use it for your jewellery, but for taking photographs of your jewellery as well.
Knew you were going to say that, yeah.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
A pair of earrings just draped across there.
Yeah.
Oh, that sparkle.
Let me give you an idea of how that would look. So say you've got that, and I know a lot of you do craft stores and things, and let's say you've got that sort of, and you're doing your photography, for example, and let's say we've got some beautiful black spinel coming up in Fleur's kit. Now, if I take that off there, actually, and pop it on there for you, look. Just having that, as you say, you can't quite, because you take the photograph from the top probably, so you'd get that kind of look. And it would look spectacular, especially if you've got like your own website for a business, Fleur. It's really definitely important, isn't it?
Yeah, photographs are everything, because people can't actually pick up your jewellery. That is what people are going to buy from.
Yeah, that is your shop window. I tell you what, I can't remember the last time I've been so excited about a late show. the amount of goodies and tools and things that we've never seen before that are on the show or back in stock after like 6 months of waiting for them. It's just going to be an absolute dream this evening. I have popped it all over Facebook for you as well. Message for Fleur. Good evening, Z, Fleur and all. Hello, darling. Sam, could you please tell me, have you got any jump rings on tonight? I have a great show. Yes, we do. In fact, in the first kit, Sam, we got 600. Haven't we?
We have.
In the first kit, look, Sam, we have got 600. Now, is it from, if I remember correctly, they're 5mm, aren't they?
They are.
They are indeed. Yes, you are quite right. 5mm. So there's one. Oops, go the other way. There you go. 1, 2, 3. 200, 200, 200. All 5mm. Okay, Sam? So they're in the first kit in 7 o'clock hour. All right? Along with those black spinel, actually, as well for you. Another message from Sue. She said, I've got 2 of these Drwy pendants. They are stunning. Looking forward to the show, lovely ladies. Well, lovely Sue. They are gorgeous. I'd have that on a nice long length myself.
Yes, definitely. Oh, yeah, that would be a really long...
Yeah.
And I'd like to see that on either some satin cord or...
Yeah, I think
even,
satin cord.
An illusion necklace, that tin cup necklace, pearls.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
that at the bottom.
We've got that great tool to do the tin cup, haven't we? Like, honestly, well, if you don't know what a tin cup necklace is, I'll be honest, I didn't. Fleur came in today, I said, what's a tin cup necklace? What's that? She went, well, it's this. Then I showed her. And then we looked up what a tin cup necklace is, and it's based on a movie, so we'll tell you all about that as well with Kevin Costner and Rennie Russo. But, yeah, so we've learned all about that. We've learned lots today, haven't we?
We have learned a lot, yeah.
Yeah, we have learned a lot. So congratulations on that sparkling, beautiful, gorgeous, twinkling Drwy pendant. Well done. I'll tell you what, it's our Tools of the Trade weekend, isn't it? So how about, because we are swamped with a whole plethora of fantastic tool-tastic treats, we'll bring you the first of our amazing Tools of the Trade. Star by. Right, I'm going to show you these in the packaging so you see how they come through to you, and then I'll take them out of the packaging, and then Fleur and I, because I'll be honest, Fleur will work with these tools way more than I do. She's got a lot more experience than me, so we're going to pass across to Fleur in a moment. Now, these are your Zeron Maxi shear flush cutters. They come in 2 versions. There's a longer handled and a shorter handle. As you can see on the graphics, this does clearly say it's the short handle. Now, what makes them so unique? Well, it's the blade by cutting pass method. Now that sounds very technical, doesn't it? So put simply, it means that these blades cut by shearing, hence the name, the Maxi shear, shearing as opposed to compression. That then means that the result is a really clean square cut, which then needs little or no sort of cleanup. That's how they refer to it when you look on Zeron. So fantastic flush cut. That's the whole point of them, isn't it?
Yeah. So they're going to create a really... flush cutters cut one side that's flush and then one side that goes into a point.
Yes.
Which the point is absolutely brilliant if you want to tuck it into a piece of jewellery. If you wanted to make jump rings, you need 2 flush edges to go together.
Right, okay.
So when you've got such a precision tool like this that will go through heavier duty wires than say your normal flush cutters, because these are they'll go through, I think it says 2mm.
Up to 2 mil soft
so
wire,
that's a really
it is a lot,
substantial
isn't it?
wire.
Yeah.
So that's perfect for your bare copper. If you want to make the 2mm jump rings, you want to make a gents bracelet, and the 1mm jump rings that we sell aren't thick enough, it's perfect for that, and it's great for those big... Gemma Crow did a beautiful garden sign, and you know, with those thicker gauges, they're absolutely perfect. So and because they're designed for jewellery.
Yeah, exactly. They're
perfect.
Purpose manufactured, aren't they?
Yeah.
Lovely thing is, I know we talk about this all the time, but it is important. I think Zeron are one of the lightest weights, surely, of pliers.
They are.
I mean, they feel almost. I'm trying to hold them gently because, as in, there's just no weight to them.
Yeah.
Is there?
Zeron takes such a lot of care with designing tools. They are absolutely fantastic tools because they are, like you say, perfectly weighted. Yep. You can use them over and over again, and they're not hard to
to compress.
cut.
They're very gentle,
Very,
yeah.
very gentle.
I even love the colour. I think they're fantastic. They've got these now. What these are? These have got shorter handles. Now, for some of us like me, I've got quite small hands and small wrists. So actually, these are better for me than the longer ones because I've got quite small hands. So actually, that shorter handle is much more easy for me to use, so they fit into the palm of my hand a lot easier than the longer handled version. So again, I find that really helpful. Now I'm also told by Zeron that these are for wire art enthusiasts and the perfect choice for chain mailers. Is that true?
Yeah, it is perfect because, like I say, you can cut those thicker gauges that we don't do the jump rings for, and maybe you want a jump ring in a certain particular colour.
Okay.
That you can make your own, and you're going to get those two flush cut edges that will go back together perfectly.
Okay, fantastic. So you've also got these soft zero rubber handle grips. They're light touch. You've got that light touch spring in between as well, which means that you get comfort and control. But if you're doing wire weaving, chain mailing, bead stringing, any kind of jewellery manufacturing or hobbies and crafts and whatever, these are absolutely perfect. Great if you've got small hands as well. And they've got that blade bypass cutting method. Now, Laura was showing us yesterday on the show that actually if you turn them over and cut with the flat of the back, you get a sort of flatter angle, don't you?
Yes, you get one flat angle and then one. It depends which way you want to use them. You can use them, and the cutting blade goes right to the very tip of the plier as well. The only thing you can't use them for is memory wire. Don't cut your memory wire with them.
Oh, that's a great point. I'm glad you've remembered that. That's a good point. Yeah, because we do because it damages the actual blade, doesn't it?
Yes, because memory wire is such a very, very hard tensile metal. It will actually dent the blades, and I know a few guest designers have picked up the wrong tools. Alison has.
Yeah, Alison has done it a couple of times.
And it does take out big chunks out of the blade, so just stay away from your memory wire with them.
If you speak to our guest designers, you can see they all beam when they talk about Zeron. Zeron are, it's like when we talk about a Miyuki seed bead. You know, we're talking about, you know, really good quality seed beads, and we're talking about really, you know, I've got an entry-level base, sort of entry-level toolkit, which is fantastic and it does the job. But I think once you sort of go more professional or you start to spend more time making jewellery, it doesn't hurt investing in a set of Zeron pliers. And once you've done that, I've never replaced a Zeron plier yet.
Never. And Zeron are a fantastic company. I've messaged the owner of the company. I had a question about the chisel nose pliers. Straight away, email me straight back.
They are fantastic, aren't they?
Absolutely wonderful company.
Again, as well, when I start to talk you through some of the, in fact, it's not on these ones, but if you just bear with me a second, look at me, I'm being such a swat today. But, bear in mind, we only had 200 pairs and they've not been seen since the 26th of Feb. Just to give you an example, excuse me, look, now, I just want to show you our crimping pliers. If you go on to beadalon.com, I'll just give you an example here. When we bring you the Star Bar with the crimping pliers, I printed you off a copy of the PDF. If you go onto the beadalon.com website, there are tutorials, there are PDFs, and I've just printed you off so you can see it. We've popped it on a little diagram for you as well. So if you go onto beadalon.com, www.beadalon.com, you can click on tutorials, you can click on downloadable PDF instructions, and it gives you step by step. There you go. Thank you, Mike. We've got it in electronic version there for you. It just gives you a real step by step, and it shows you how to use each of the two stations. So Fleur and I will talk about it today. Fleur more so, because obviously she's fantastically experienced, as opposed to me being an entry-level jewellery maker. But you can go on to Beadalon, and you can get all the tutorials and all the downloads as well. What's the question? Sorry, Zoe. Hello. Hi, Zena, Fleur, and JM crew. Looking forward to Fleur's demo. Oh, cannot wait for Fleur's demo. Can we see those next to the round nose pliers? Of course you can, sweetie. Of course you can. Hang on. There we go, my lovely girl. Of course you can. Now, I wonder why Zoe's asking that. Then. I suppose different size. I suppose, mind you, one's a cutter and one's a
loop.
Yeah, I wonder why. Well, just intrigued just to know why. But Zoe, would you let me know? I'd be intrigued to know why you. Just because I understand. Do you know why or? No.
Although it is near enough the full toolkit. All you need then is your short nose pliers.
Which you've got everything then, haven't you?
You've got a Zeron toolkit.
Yeah. The Zeron. You got the lot then, haven't you? Yeah. So there you go. So, sorry Zoe, I was just intrigued as to why you were... Oops, daisy. Right then, let me just pop those back in there. We'll recap those later for you, but can we just have an update on how many we've got left, sweetie? Oh, half the stock's gone. half the stock's out there. Now, I don't want to alarm you, but it's been Feb, March, April, May, June, July. It's been 5 months since we've seen these Zeron pliers. So, it might be Christmas by the time we get those back. So I wouldn't rest on your laurels. Now, you're all going bonkers for me tweezers, aren't you? Hey? They've nearly sold out. I'm not surprised. Now, last time we had 200. This time we've only had 100. So I'm sorry. Is it 100? We've got 20 left. Should we do them now for you as a star buy? Just straight in. Okay. Right then. Now, didn't you say you've got some of these?
Yeah, I use these all the time for soldering.
It's not a bath plug, is it?
It's not a bath plug, no. No.
Right, so, I'll tell you what, Fleur, if I talk through the tweezers and you talk through this section, do you want to do this section first? Shall I pass it across to you?
It's up to you.
Do you want to come here with me? Come on. Come on over to my place. We're having a party. Right, I'll do the tweezers because they're my favourite. And if you could explain that, that'd be great.
So this is a weighted base, and it's specifically quite heavy.
Yep.
So that when you're soldering or you're using something that you don't want to move, it's not going to slip around.
Great.
It's not going to pull over.
So it's fit for
if you're using
purpose.
something with hot flames, things like that, you want it to stay still.
So like when you're heating the copper and stuff?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, so when
brilliant.
you're heating the
Okay.
copper,
Keeps your hands free.
Yeah, it angles it. So if you just undo this, you can see how you can
Oh,
angle
wow.
it in lots and lots and
Oh,
lots of
gosh,
different ways.
yeah.
It's on like a ball joint here.
Oh, that's
that
clever, isn't
actually
it?
angles.
So
And
like you're
then-
left or right-handed?
That's it. Yeah,
Brilliant.
perfect. And then this one as well, where the tweezers are going to go. Or you can also get, you can put other tools into this section as well if you want.
Yeah.
There's other things you can pop in there. You could clamp some wires in there, and that then also will swivel.
So the idea is, it's weighted, there's 4 left by the way. You've got the ball joint, so you can do it left-handed, right-handed. It's hands-free, so that's the idea, which is brilliant. So it's a wonderful benchtop workstation that doesn't take up too much space. Holds your work in place, keeps both your hands free, and the icing on the cake. And I know I get overexcited about these.
They are fantastic.
But when you work with tweezers like we do, day in, day out, picking things up, these crossover where you just pop something in, release it and then leave the tweezers, they do all the work for you. They are the best, in my opinion, the best tweezers on the planet. I've even said to the team today, I said, if they're not going back to the vault, I'm keeping them.
And they don't steal the heat when you are soldering things as well.
Oh, that's a great point.
So they're a heat resistant.
Fantastic. Oh, isn't it great having the tools back in?
Love
Isn't
it,
it?
love it,
Makes
love
your job easier, doesn't
It
it?
does. Things like this,
Yeah.
you won't ever regret getting things like this.
It's like, imagine like when you have a hairdryer, you'd be stood there doing it like that with a piece of cardboard, wouldn't you? Trying to get some air in. Much easier to have the tool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot easier.
Thank you, darling.
Okay, right,
Thank
lovely.
you, thank you. Message in from Zoe. She said, hi, Zena. I asked because I wanted to see the length of the handles. Oh, why didn't I think of that, Zoe? It's a bit obvious now you've said it. As I, put it back. Put that message back in. I haven't finished with Zoe yet. As I have the round ones here, thanks for showing them. Sorry then, hang on a sec. Hang on, Zoe, because I didn't even think about the angles. What a divvy, aren't I? Now she said it, it's obvious, isn't it? Sorry, Zoe. Sorry, I bet she thought you numpty. Does that help you? Let's try and show it like that, look. Can you see? So does that help? I don't know if that helps. Hope it does, but there you go. Zoe, I'm sorry for being a divvy. What a divvy. What an absolute sausage. Right, well done everybody. Congratulations. Right, note to the sales team, to the buying team, get more of those third round bases, and I'm getting excited here. I'm going to move over now. Yeah, get more of those. That's all. Yeah, got to get them. Right then, do you know I haven't even thought about the gemstones today. I haven't even thought about them with all the tools we got. Oh, just to mention, I'll get these. Oh, the hearts. Oh, these are gorgeous. Ridiculous price point. I'll talk you through what tool we've got next, because you're liking the tool-tastic treats, aren't you? You're going to do the one in 5 minutes. We have. Right then, we've got these gorgeous black onyx. I mean, how sexy is that? You could just redo that with some little silver spaces, couldn't you?
You could, or you could make an illusion necklace with some of the tools that we've got coming up, and the crimps in the bundle.
Yeah. Oh, we've got just so much tonight, haven't we?
Yeah.
Honestly, what an exciting show today. Honestly, it's just brilliant. Also, coming up in our lovely second kit with our lovely Fleur-tastic today, we might just have 43mm sterling silver spacers, mightn't we? With a sterling silver 20-piece findings kit as well. That you could add into there. So, but also, so you know that tin cup tool that you've got coming up? Could you use that with this?
Yes, definitely. Yeah,
So
definitely.
exciting. So exciting. We have got the beadle-on tin cup spacers for the Not-a-bead tool coming up in our 9 o'clock hour with a demonstration from Fleur. You're going to love it. If you don't know what a tin cup necklace is, in fact, we'll have to bring your jewellery out and show it, won't we? Yeah, we'll do that in the break. We'll bring it on air a bit early. Fleur, do you mind?
Not at all.
No,
not
that's
at all.
what Fleur's like. I don't mind. It's a good job, isn't it? I've got me grassing and giving it all away. Right then. Beautiful black onyx, fantastic black onyx, gorgeous with the silver spacer beads we've got coming up in the kit. Absolutely fabulous. Ridiculous price tag, if you don't mind me saying. Fantastic for us though. We like ridiculous, we like bonkers, because it means we can afford it. $5.95. Now that doesn't look like $5.95 worth of black onyx, does it? The kind of gems. Sorry, Fleur.
I was going to say it's a great gents strand as well because it's not faceted. So it'd be great for gents jewellery.
Is that what you tend to think then?
Yeah.
Because obviously you've got this fantastic workshop that you've got at home, or studio that you've got rather, that you open up to the public, don't you? So what you think that when it's non-faceted, it's more likely to be a gents piece?
Yes, if you were to put that with some black Eslon cords or some leather cords and just like do some like a bar of that black onyx, because it's not sparkly.
Okay, that's a good point.
Tend to like the non-spark, the non-faceted.
The more smooth, the non-faceted. Yeah, that's a good point there. I'm sure some gents do, but majority. So we've got this incredible. Can I ask how many we got, Sweet Pea? Right then, my lovelies. If you do want to get hold of these, brilliantly priced, I think you'll agree. Stunning, smooth, beautiful wheels. And the lovely thing about these as well, when they're actually in situ, certainly on the neckline and as a bracelet, the lovely thing is you've actually got some movement. So I know when you talk to our guest designers and they're talking about making jewellery, they'll talk about adding movement or texture into your design. So you've got the smooth texture, you've got the luster, but you've also got that movement because of those lovely wheel designs. Yeah. Can I ask you a favour? Mike and Leah on cameras and director, could we just have a little sneaky peek of the blue, or the blue coloured? Is it blue coloured? Is it blue coloured? The teacup?
It's black silk.
Is it the black silk? Sorry. The teacup necklace. It's called a tip. We've actually got the tool, the beadle-on tin cup tool, to actually teach you how to make the necklace. You know which one it is? This one here, sorry, with the space between it, guys. Yep, sorry. We've never had the tin cup, as far as I'm aware, on the... That's why we're all making sure we know. That's it. You got it? Yep, that's it. We have got, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, brilliantly priced, the most fantastic beadle-on tin cup spacer tool for the Not-a-bead tool, which is the blue one. We've got that coming up for you, and this was made famous by the movie with Kevin Costner and Rennie Russo, we found out today, didn't we?
We did.
Which is called Tin Cup. And I'll tell you all about that later, but you've loved using that, haven't you?
I did. It's a fantastic... Again, it's a very small but mighty tool.
Very small but mighty indeed. And Fleur's loved that. Absolutely loved it. So that is coming up for you. Now that's the Not-a-bead. The tin cup spacer is the one in front, isn't it? The little teeny tiny. They both go together. They're brilliant. That little tool there, we'll talk you through. We've got the big instructions for you as well, and we'll talk you through it. It's brilliant, coming up at the 9 o'clock hour today. Hi, Zena and Fleur. Hello, Adrian. Hello. Looking for... Everybody's with bated breath for your demos today.
No pressure.
Bless her. Looking forward to Fleur's demos. I've got a third-hand base for Nikki. Oh, brilliant. And she's also looking after my mum. Loving the show. Oh, this is Nikki's, my bracelet friend's lovely hubby. AD, that is... I did think about Nikki, actually. I did think she might fancy that. So that is... Does she know? Does she know she's watching? Thank you, Adi. That's very sweet of you. You are lovely. Lovely, lovely man. Right then, we're going to move on. Keep checking those those black onyx. They're going to go great with our today's must-have, the Rhodes, and I'll show you that in a bit. Sorry, I feel like I'm gabbling, but we've got so much to get through. It's another tool-tastic treat star buy. Again, once I've talked through these, they have been on pre-order, so we only had 150. These are the brilliant round nose pliers. Now, when our guest designers are talking about the essentials, I would say round. I don't know whether you agree with me, Fleur. Round, from what I've seen as she's got them right there. Look, she's like, I've got them here. What I've seen when I've stood next to you, lovely lot, for a couple of years now, is I hear round nose, flat nose, chain nose, flush cutters. I hear that all the time.
Yeah.
And bail making pliers.
Yeah, they're your best friends in jewellery making. They are. There's nothing. There's lots of specialist tools that you can get, but these are your bare bones of your toolkit. It's
like, I suppose, like your essentials in the kitchen. Like if you're eating dinner, it's your plate and your knife and fork.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And your spoon.
That's it. You can get fancy spoons and fancy pasta bowls, things like that. But
and butter knives and fish forks and knives and all
that. These are your core essentials.
Your core essentials. And these are used for forming wire, for looping. Do you tend to use these ever for anything to do with your chainmail at all, or?
I tend to use these if I need a really small loop at the top. So if I'm rosary linking and putting a chainmail section in between, a little bit like what I've done in the necklace for the first kit, I don't want a larger loop to detract from chainmail. So these, because they've got such a small precision point on them,
right on the end here,
real small loops. So your rosary linking can be very delicate.
Yeah. And this is, you'll see, whenever our guest designers, Laura was doing it yesterday, and I'm sure we'll see Fleur do it as well, whenever they just start to coil and finish the wire off at the end, or if you're doing a wire wrap loop, a simple loop, a wrap loop, this is what you'd use them for. Now, when you go on, if you ever go on Linda Brunwell's Introduction to Jewellery Making workshop, she will teach you how to use round nose pliers. And this is one of the most, you will see our guest designers pick these up demo after demo after demo. They are, the plier blades are rounded at the tip, as Fleur's just said, very pinpoint in the Zeron. And now I'm going to sound ever so posh now, they transition to an elliptical shape. Now, I had to look that up, I'll be honest. I'm going to read it to you, because I had no idea what an elliptical shape was. Elliptical refers to the shape of an ellipse, which is basically an elongated circle that then goes into an oval. So if you want to sound really posh, you can go, well, my elliptic-shaped pliers. But I was thinking, what does that mean? But basically, they are rounded, and as they go, they turn into this oval shape, and that's to give you lots and lots of multiple forming possibilities. But can I just mention as well, they're very delicate in appearance, but those plier blades will stay aligned. They won't cross when they're in use, unlike sort of, you may get some less expensive pliers, which I bet Fleur's tried in the past. She's nodding away over there going, yeah, I've had those. So that's true then, is it?
It is, and the best thing about, I think, for the Zeron pliers is they're powder coated as well, so they don't take any of the colour off any of the wire. If you're using a coloured wire, which if you slip along the wire, sometimes you can scratch some of the colour coating on there. With these, because they're powder coated, they're almost like a little safeguard against that as well.
Now, I know all about powder coating, believe it or not, because my ex-fiance ran a powder coating company, so I know all about powder coating. Well, I won't bore you with that, because that's just boring. Well, it's not boring, but... So, again, the usual thing with Zeron, lightweight, designed for fit for purpose, specifically for jewellery making, ergonomic, lightweight. And I don't know about you, but that for me is like a fairy tale blue, the handle.
They are, and I think as well, so, this is nothing against other tools, but if they've got a pink tool and you are a gentleman, maybe you don't want a pink.
Very good point.
A pink toolkit. You know, the blues are very, it's great for gents and ladies.
Non-gender specific. Also, hang on though, 50% of the population, male and female, favourite colour is blue. What colour are the handles? They're blue. So these are obviously for forming your wire, for doing your loops when you're doing your simple loop, your wrap loop, finishing off, doing your coiling. You'll see all of our guest designers, they're loopy, aren't they? They're always making loops, and we'll call them our loopy guest designers, shall we? I'll probably get told off on Facebook. Stop calling our guest designers loopy.
We are officially all loopy.
Well, I think we're all loopy. Ross said, loving the show, Zena and Fleur, so many intriguing tools. We haven't even started yet, Ross. We haven't, Ross. Is it Ross? Ross, isn't it? Yeah. We haven't even started. We haven't. He's so excited. No, I've not been putting them in the right. Oh, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. Don't start panicking, Phil. Now then, can I just mention, we've done the round nose. Let me just keep putting all my little pieces of paper down there so I know which ones we've done, because we don't want to get confused. Now, I feel a bit sorry about the one that we're going to do later. The next one's coming up in a bit. And they're called, I don't think it's the nicest name, to be honest. A little bit later on this hour, we're going to bless them. They're called... Are we doing them now? Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Can I just mention, we're doing these in this hour. These, bless them. They're called just Stubby Flat Nose Pliers. I don't think that's the nicest name, do you? Stubby Flat Nose. I mean, come on. Do you know, we've got to treat ourselves to those just because it's like the runt of the litter, isn't it? Oh, I've got the micro shear. What are you? I'm the Stubby Flat Nose. Right then, in between the pliers, they're coming up this hour for you. We are going to give you, if you don't mind, I've chosen this as a presenter's pick for you because I think you're going to love it and it's absolutely adorable. Now, last week we had some gorgeous tiger's eye in all different colours, and our lovely Gem Hawks, she was watching. I said, "Will you get me 3?" So I've ordered 3. There's a little bit of, I'll be honest, I want these as well. Hence why I've made them a presenter's pick. I'll be truthful, I want them as well. However, because of the size, because they're going to go so well with these multicolour that I've bought. But speaking of gents, because these are non-faceted, they're smooth, they're beautiful, sort of real tumbled size tiger's eye. Now, speaking of men, our lovely gents, I had a little look for some gents jewellery and I found online, I just searched men's tiger's eye bracelet and I found one online for £145. I found it, and that was with a company called MrPorter.com. I found a Thomas Sabo tiger's eye bracelet for £97.75 and £70. And I found one tiger's eye bead charm on Thomas Sabo for £13. Okay, we're going to give you these fancy slices, centre drilled, for a £5 with change. Don't ask me, I can't help you, can't explain to you why. What do you think about that, Fleur-tastic?
I think these kind of designs, especially with what Alison did in the previous show with crochet, these look beautiful when they're crocheted together. Yeah. So you can do like long chains or with your tin cup.
Can't wait to show the tin cup. Tin cup, tin cup, tin cup. We're all excited about the tin cup.
But just a beautiful stretchy bracelet, I would be, with some space beads.
Yes, because the good news is today in your kit. Well, in fact, I tell you what. Today with the let me get my brain again. With the crimping tool, we're going to give you the silver beading thread essential pack. We haven't had it for ages, and it's got the monofilament and it's got the stretchy. It's got the elastic in it. It has. It has. It has. I'm just saying, we got the tool for the tin cup. It's going to be wicked. Oh, tell you what, it's going to want everything. Oh, I tell you what, you got some. I'll tell you what. You know, I hope you got a bit of spare cheeky cash today, because my goodness me, this is the show for making your future jewellery making tasks and creations a hell of a lot easier, I tell you. Now these are just gorgeous. Now the thing is, Fleur, because they're those lovely sort of slices, that's a nice long strand. But I tell you what, if you lay those flat, you'd have a heck of a lot longer strand than we're actually advertising, wouldn't you?
If you was to make something like a bubble style bracelet where you need your round nose pliers to do lots of coils,
you do.
You would see the sort of like the side profile of them, so the whole of that beautiful tiger's eye. You'd see that flat on rather than just the sides as we're seeing as it's strung.
Now Fleur's made a very good point there, because I tell you what, I can't show you that strand properly unless I cut it all up. Because if I cut that all up now and actually show you the chatoyancy which ripples across, it ripples like it's like a tiger's coat that ripples across the gemstone. Now because they're all imagine a load of people queuing for a bus and they're all tight like that. You can't see what they're wearing. You can't see what they look like properly until they turn around and look at you. Do you understand what I mean? Because they're all queuing so tightly together, you can't actually see the chatoyancy effect. So we're not seeing that in the full beauty that we are with the tiger's eye. Now let me tell you as well, today with my lovely kit that Fleur's got coming up in the next sort of half an hour, we have got gorgeous black spinel, 2 strands, gorgeous red garnets, all of which will complement those beautifully. Aren't they? Beautifully. That kit's coming up in literally half an hour, 20 minutes, half an hour. Jackie just said evening, Zena, Fleur and team. Should we have a collective team, Fleur, Zena response of, hello, Jackie, ready? Hello, Jackie. There you go. Ooh. Thank you. In your own time, Phil. Least you can do is give it a little wave to Jackie. Honestly, these boys. Just out of hospital. Oh, and your lovely smiling faces have cheered me up no end. Oh, I hope you're all right. Hope you're done. You know. Because you don't like to ask, do you?
No.
You don't like to ask, but hope you're okay, Jackie. Joan in Merseyside said, hello, lovely ladies. Oh, hello, Joan. Could you please let me know what time is the tin cup demo on? Thanks. About 9:05?
Yep.
About 9:05. So what we're talking about? 2 hours and 20 minutes. So in the next hour, we're going to bring you the crimping tool, which Fleur cannot wait to demo. Chainmail demo, brilliant. Oh, I haven't even mentioned. We've done you a little bundle. I've got that many tools. I can't mention everything. You're going to be like, Zane, shut up. Calm down, dear. Now this, let me just show you quickly. This is double trouble. It's me and her. This is purely because we got Fleur on the show today. We've popped you in a cheeky bundle of 2 lots of 2.5-inch chain nose pliers. So again, what Fleur will tell you, and she can tell you herself because she's here. What do you always say you need when you're chainmailing?
2 pairs of chain nose, flat nose, stubby nose, or a combination of them all.
So the fact that we've got the stubby nose coming up on their own.
And these.
And we've got these as a little cheeky bundle deal, going under a certain naughty price point. I think we might be able to get these under a tenner for both. Okay? They are going to come up in the next hour with Fleur's demonstration. Okay? So if you want the teacup, look at me.
I'd love a teacup.
I'd love a teacup. A tin cup demo, which I can't wait to see, because I've never seen it in 2 years. I've never seen it. Never seen it. And I'll tell you what, is it easy?
Very, very easy.
Oh, wicked.
Yeah, very
I'm going to get that then. You can still get those wonderful, wonderful natural tiger's eye. They are still available. Now I've got another brand new strand. Is it the ones with the T-bar, I think, Phil, actually? No, I don't recall ever seeing preonite in that shape.
No.
Oh, those with the black onyx wheels. Oh, yeah. Don't know whether I've ever seen this before. Isn't it a totally unique, light sort of leek green tone, isn't it?
It is beautiful.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, my word. You know when you go, I know it's going to sound an odd thing to say, but you know when you go to, like, the fair and you have those things that your mum and dad used to buy you as a kid where you crack them and snap them and they go all neon around your neck or your wrist? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, yeah. The fluorescent tubes.
Yeah, those fluorescent tubes. It looks just like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Or, you know when you were a kid and you used to buy those neon stars and crescent moons that you'd stick on your ceiling? And your mum and dad would go mad because it'd take all the ceiling Artex down, yeah? And you'd never tell them that you'd got them in. You got them in a magazine. They come in the next day and you're like, they're like, what have you done to my ceiling? They're like that colour, aren't they? Or is that just me?
Or Anna Glipton wallpapers come off because your star fell down.
We used to have those polystyrene tiles in my nan's house. We jumped up on the bed and me and my brother with a back scratcher and poked holes all in the roof. Oh, we weren't popular. So we've got this gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous sort of light green, leek green gemstone. Considering preonite can actually be colourless, blue or white, it's a very dramatic sort of light leek green tone, isn't it? Again, we're going to do that with a 5. Now, would you think that'd go with the tiger's eye?
Definitely.
Do you, Fleur?
Yeah, that's what I would.
Were you? Is that what you're thinking? So let's have a little look then. Because, I mean, I know I sit here as a presenter and I try different things on the hand for you, but really, when I've got these wonderful experienced guest designers, and I have to sort of hand over the suggestions to you, lovely lot, really. That does go nice, doesn't it?
It does. And I think there's some beautiful cabochons coming up. different coloured cabochons
Oh,
coming
in
up
the
that
onyx we have, haven't
that
we?
would go beautifully with both of those actually, because there's colours in there for everything. Because green is the backdrop of nature, so it goes with everything.
Goes nice
That's beautiful.
with the black onyx that we had. Now, didn't you take those black onyx to £5.95? £5.95. So for £10.90, you can have both of those strands today, and it picks out those beautiful blacks in the preonite. Do you know what the preonite is said to be, by the way? You might not know this. If you believe in sort of, you know, the spiritual and healing aspects and crystal meaning and all that, it's said to be the stone of unconditional love.
Is it?
Oh. Yeah, so be careful who you're giving it to. Just saying. £4.95, brilliant price. Like, again, going to go great with Fleur's kit with the black spinel. Absolutely gorgeous. You can keep checking these beautiful strands out. We'll try and let you know if they do go out of stock. But we have got the next tool-tastic treat for you as our star buy. And again, it is from Zeron. Honestly, bless them. They're it makes me laugh every time. These are your stubby nose. How nice is it? Stubby flat nose. It's even worse. Stubby flat nose. Not just a nose, they're flat nose. But they're wonderful. Now I always think of you and I think of these, and it's got nothing to do with the fact that it's got a stubby flat nose. I don't mean it like that.
I've got a rather large nose.
I do.
Mine would be the long nose player.
Now, you know what I mean, don't you? She does. I'm not being funny. I know normally you'd laugh and joke about it. I'm not being funny at all when I say that. But these, if I'm not mistaken, are wicked for chainmailing.
They are. These are fantastic because they've got the shorter nose, and I'm going to call short nose rather than stubby nose. Because they've got that shorter nose, they're stronger.
Okay.
So these are fabulous for a thicker gauge of wire.
Brilliant.
Because the longer the nose on a plier, the more, the less
purchase, so to speak.
Purchase, and the less sort of like opening. And when you're opening and closing a jump ring, you need to be able to get the strongest part, and these are absolutely perfect. And my preferred choice for chainmail are my bent nose and my short nose pliers, because I've got the strength there with these ones. They're absolutely fantastic.
And when you actually look on Zeron, it actually says, the description is, the short nose of the stubby flat nose pliers allows for excellent control when opening and closing jump rings. That's what this pair is designed for. So whether you chainmail or not, if you make a bracelet or a necklace and you're using a jump ring, or you're adding a jump ring to a pendant, these are perfect for opening and closing. Great to get two pairs as well. They're manufactured from heat-treated alloyed steel. So when Fleur says they're strong, she ain't kidding. They're strong, they're durable, but they've also got these lovely soft rubber hand grips that give you the comfort. And then what they've got, which is very clever, you can't actually see it. They're completely, you can't see the spring. But I just very gently press those into position. What this set of pliers has got is a return spring, which always brings the Zeron tool, if I release, look, back to the open position. And that's what a return spring does. Funny enough, the clue's in the title. The spring returns them to the open handle. And that's the point. So because they're made of this durable, strong, alloyed steel, they are strong. So if you want to open a jump ring, you would suggest getting two though, wouldn't you? Or one and the bent nose.
Yeah, I think they are a fantastic tool for your chainmail, whether you are using two or you're using a different set of pliers. But for me, these are my go-to pliers for any chainmail. Yeah.
So there you go. So if you do like doing chainmail, or you're thinking of starting chainmail, and you're thinking of coming on one of Fleur's work, because you do chainmail workshops, don't you, lovely?
Lots of chainmail workshops, yeah.
So I tell you what, Fleur's workshops, as I said, she was voted #1 workshop of 2016. This one over here. Oh yeah. I'd be so proud if I voted one. I know. Somebody's lovely though.
And the year before I got a DVD of the year.
You did get DVD of the year, didn't you?
They're in my workshop.
Did you get a trophy?
Yeah,
you do, don't you? Do you remember?
Yeah,
you did get. It's actually quite a posh trophy, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, it is quite posh. Now that's a good price for Zeron, $12.95, isn't it?
That's at that price, you know, two pliers they are fantastic, and they're great for wire work as well. You know, I'm sure the wire workers will be able to tell you. You know, when you're trying to get a thick gauge of wire to bend. You need these strong little workhorses to...
Because also they're very pinpoint, they're very precise. So again, if you want to get right in, and I understand what you mean, because if they were longer, you wouldn't have as much movement and pressure, would you?
It actually twists onto the wire rather than, it twists onto a jump ring rather than sort of like holding it tight.
Proper sturdy little things these are. Oh, the graphics are doing the okey cokey. Phil, come on, press the right buttons, man. They are numbered. Lorna, hello ladies. Hello, darling. Just about to start my, hang on. Just about to start my first pearl knot for a wedding. Oh, no pressure then, Lorna. Wish I had the tool, she says. Wish me luck. Well, tell you what, I don't know when the wedding is though, Lorna, but I tell you what, if you get the tool today and you watch Fleur's demo in the 9 o'clock hour, I tell you what, if you got premium delivery, you could have it in 2 to 3 working days. It's only £2 extra. Instead of the £2.95 mainland UK, you can just pay £2 extra, £4.90. Get it quicker. Get it quicker. You can help with that in the demo later, can't you, with our lovely Lorna?
I can.
Lorna, good luck. Good luck, my lovely. Now, here's a good question for you, Fleur, if you don't mind answering. Hello, Deborah. She said, hi, ladies. She said, are these stubby nose pliers any good for stainless steel rings? Thanks.
Perfect for stainless steel, yeah, because, again, like we were saying before, you don't want too long a nose because stainless steel is a very, very high tensile strength metal. So as the fatigue in your wrists from just opening and closing stainless steel, you do need these shorter noses. You really find it will help just to get the purchase on that stainless steel to open and close those jump rings and get that nice flush closure back again.
Okay, great. Now, just to mention, we haven't seen these since the 3rd of March. My lovely, so we've waited since April, May, June, July for these stubby nose, flat nose pliers from Zeron. I only had 150 and I've got quite a lot of you, in fact Deborah's just bought 2 of those as well, so thank you, Deborah. Obviously she liked your answer, Fleur. So collectors in Meath and Rosalind, Elizabeth, Pauline, Bryony, all with it in your baskets, my loves. Joan and Babs in California, and Carol and Gabrielle and Janice and collectors. I have got a lot of you buying 2 each, so good for you. I do think that's a fantastic price point for stubby flat nose pliers. I really do. That is brilliant. Who have I got? Leah and Reg. Could you please tell me when the Not-a-bead tabletop tool will be on, please? I really want it, but I've got to go out soon. Thank you. I'll tell you... Oh, is that the earliest we can do it? Oh, now what time are you going out, Leah and Reg? Because that wicked Not-a-bead tool, we're doing it in the 9 o'clock hour. But I'll tell you what we can do for you. In an hour's time, it's the way our system works. I'm sorry to be exact, but our system is certain products are locked into certain hours, so we can't pull them forward. What we can do in an hour, Leah and Reg, if you want to just message in and let us know if this is okay, because I do think they're going to sell out. In an hour, so at 8 o'clock today, my darlings, we can pop that on pre-order for you. I'll tell you what I can do as well. If you want, I'll give you the code at 8 o'clock for you. Are you going out? I can't, mind you, even if you are going out before, I can't do anything. But Leah and Reg, can you message back in? Will you tell me what she says? Mind you, it might be Reg. He says, she says, he says. Let me know what you think. I can't put it on pre-order until another hour at 8 o'clock. All right, my darlings. And how many of those have I got? Let's have a little look. We've got 199. And they've only been on once, and they've only been on in January 2016. We've waited a year and a half for those.
Yeah. Some of these tools are like unicorns, aren't they?
Yeah.
You never see them, and then all of a sudden they're there. You need to get them straight away.
You know that there actually aren't unicorns.
There are unicorns and fairies and mermaids.
Yeah,
there
okay.
are. Yeah, there
so they're not quite like a unicorn because they occasionally do appear.
Do you know you can buy the unicorn horns to go on your horse's bridles? So I'm going to turn Winston into a unicorn.
Your horse has changed colour.
I know.
She's bought a black horse and he's turned brown.
It's gone brown. I'm waiting for him to turn pink next.
Oh, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Right then, Leah and Reg have said, thank you, Zena, 8 o'clock, be great, thank you. Right, Leah and Reg, great. Can Leah, that's your job. I'm just pointing at Leah. Your job today, Leah, is to remind me and Phil to put it on pre-order for Leah and Reg. Unless Leah and Reg message him, will you, just to remind him, because he's hopeless, he'll forget. Right, see you for more tools and the demo and the kit after the break.
Our brand new Get Started with Jewellery Maker page has been created to provide help and guidance for jewellery making newbies. If you need design suggestions, hints and tips, or help with perfecting your jewellery designs, we're here to help. Head over to facebook.com/getstartedwithjm, where our talented in-house designers are happy to answer your jewellery making questions, offer inspiration, and get you started in your jewellery making journey. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
Hi, Leslie Rogalski here, Creative Director for the Beadsmith in the US, and I'm delighted to be presenting Zeron tools for Jewellery Maker television. We're going to start with the cutters. These are one of my favorites. These are for flex wire. They're made for a lighter weight soft wire. They're not, you don't want to use these for memory wire or a heavier gauge. The next cutters, I love these. These are mighty. These are the Maxi shear cutters with a little shorter handle, and the blades are a heavier duty and they have that unique crisscross action, so the blades don't meet exactly flush, they cross over, and what this does is gives you a really flush cut. The Zeron thread cutters, these are among my favorites. I work with cords like Fireline a lot. It can be hard on your scissors. These have a little bit of serration in them. It just gives that extra tooth to it so that it'll really make your cuts. That's your family of cutters from Zeron.
You can watch our Jewellery Maker show every day on our website by clicking the Watch and Buy Online link in the top right-hand corner of our homepage.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
It's the best part of the show, isn't it? Hello, lovely.
You're right.
Because, yes, thank you, you. Yeah, good, thank you. Because we've got Fleur. Everybody waits for this bit, don't they? Do you know, when you went off earlier, I don't know where you went, but me and Phil were raving about you.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I was sure.
Thank you.
You weren't there.
My ears were burning.
Now, was it, who messaged in earlier and asked about jump rings?
Oh, I can't remember.
Can't think who it was. Who was it? Who messaged in and said, it wasn't Sam, was it?
Oh, it may have been Sam.
Was it Sam?
May have been Sam, yes. You got a very good
Might have been
memory.
Sam.
You got very.
It was Sam. There you go.
very
It
good
was Sam.
memory.
Now, Sam asked if we got any jump rings. Well, the good news is in the kit we got 600. So you normally say Byzantine about 150, 200 jump rings roughly?
Yeah.
So you could make 3 Byzantine bracelets.
With this size, you can't do the Byzantine.
Oh,
but
'cause
you
it's
can,
5 mil.
Yeah, because they're 5 mil, but you can make 3 of the European 4-in-1 bracelets.
Do you mean this beautiful chainmail here that, am I right in thinking you might just be persuaded to do a demonstration?
Yes, definitely.
So that's the European 4-in-1?
European 4-in-1, and then we've done the segments for the necklace as well, so there's 2 different ways to show you how to use that.
Does that mean that you put 4 into 1?
It does, it does. And when you're in a bigger size, you can make something like this.
I do love what you're wearing. It is unbelievable. Love the way... Do you know, that's what's nice to see. I've got to say, really lovely to see how you've incorporated the gemstones within the chainmail. I love that.
Yeah, I personally love chainmail when it's broken up.
So do I.
Because it gives a more feminine, delicate look to it. Because sometimes it can be a little bit heavy for some people, a heavy look, should I say. It's not a heavy piece of jewellery, but a heavy look. So to intersperse the gemstones. And these gemstones are just beautiful.
They are fantastic. So I'll tell you what we'll do. Obviously, we're looking through Fleur's I love that one as well.
The gemstone spine.
That is clever. If I move that over there for you.
That is very simple bracelet. That's on the European DVD.
Oh. And the lovely thing is, now Fleur won't mind me saying this, and I always still feel a bit uncomfortable when I say this, but quite simply, once Fleur's taught you how to do the chainmail, no matter what level you are, assuming you're using fantastic components and really good, because your chainmail's only as good as your jump rings.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
So you've got to be using really good jump rings. Obviously, if you're working with Jewellery Maker jump rings, then you're fine. But if Fleur teaches you a design, which she's going to in a minute, and then you make it, put them side by side. Is it fair to say they should look the same?
They look exactly the same. Yeah, if 100 people did them all, 100 would look exactly the same.
Which I think, especially if you're quite new to making jewellery, that's a nice feeling.
It's a confidence giver, I think, as well.
I think so.
Once you've got over the sort of like seeing the size of the jump rings, thinking, oh, they're a bit scary. Yeah. Once you've got over that and you start to actually create the chainmail, it's so lovely because yours will look exactly the same as the picture. I like that. So I'll tell you what we'll do, because everybody's asking about the jump rings, we will explain to you what we've got, because we've got, in fact, can you grab me the board, Leah, please? Gorgeous face. Thank you, sweet. Thank you, sweetie. Because everybody's asking about the jump rings. So, what we've got is 600, and I'm going to pop them out of the tube, because I don't think you ever quite sort of appreciate just how many 600 is until you actually see them on a board, Miss Ford. So then, we have got here a lot of jump rings. We've got, these are size-wise 5mm. Oh, did you see all the it was them stubby nose ones.
Those stubby nose, just to tap the other ones. He's playing up. He's the naughty one. Right, so we've got silver-plated copper jump rings here, and they are all. Let me just double check for you. I take it they are all open. Yes, they are. Now, can you imagine if they weren't open? Because sometimes you do want a closed jump ring sometimes, don't you?
Sometimes you can use closed jump rings, in certain patterns. It says add a closed jump ring, but these are all perfectly open, but you can't see the opening with them.
You can't so well, can you?
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at that jump ring I've got there, try and find the opening. See, you can just see it at 1:45 now that I've tilted it into the light. Very gently, look. If I actually hold it in a certain light, you can't see. As soon as I tilt it, you can just see the joint. Now, why is that important? Why is it important to close a jump ring properly?
If your jump ring doesn't close together before you even start, it will never go back together closed as a finished piece, which means it will catch on your clothes or on your skin, scratch. And it could potentially come apart, which means your design will fall apart, or your weave will fall apart. So when you start with chainmail jump rings, they have to be cut specifically for chainmail, which is what ours are.
Oh, fantastic. So great. So I'm going to worry about that then. So we're going to give you 600 silver-plated copper jump rings, okay? We're also going to give you, this is like a lovely old-fashioned Jewellery Maker kit, this is, because we've got the essential threading kit coming up with the crimping tube as well. We've got a 21-piece silver-plated findings kit, which, as you can see there, includes 2 sets of shepherd hook earrings, 5 jump rings, 5 crimps, 2 toggle clasps, the 4 head pins, and the chain. How much chain? 1/2 metre of the link chain for you, okay, all in silver-plated. And then we're going to give Fleur those gemstones, those black spinel. Oh, my word, I love them. Love them. We're going to give you 2 sets of each gemstone, 2 sets of garnet and 2 sets of black spinel. We're going to give you these graduated, faceted rice beads in black spinel. Oh, they are delicious.
I fell in love with this strand straight away.
We don't often see a black spinel like that, do we?
No.
So they're graduated. They start at 4x3mm. And they go up to 12x4mm in this. Gosh, that's a big one in the centre. But just to sort of counterbalance those, we're also going to give you another strand of black spinel in these lovely 3mm rounds. Now, coming up later in the next kit, later on in the Pearls Just Wanna Have Fun, we will be singing. Fleur's like, I'm not. We've got 43mm silver spacers as well, haven't we, in your kit coming up? So that go lovely with those.
It would be beautiful.
Yep, so that's beautiful. So that's your black spinel. We've also got 2 sets of red garnet for you as well. Okay, the garnet, I'll tell you what, the garnet and the black spinel go really lovely together. We've got this fantastic rice bead shape, all natural. Okay, so all the garnet are natural, all the black spinel are natural. They are so delish, aren't they?
They are, and they've got a great body of colour.
They have,
really,
haven't they?
really good body of colour. Almost like we were saying yesterday, like a fruit coulis.
Yeah.
It's got like glossy, beautiful, like.
Oh, I like a coulis.
Yeah, I like a coulis.
I do like a coulis. I like a coulis. So yes, you got those, and they are red garnets. And then to complement them again, 3mm again. So we've got 3mm in the garnet, 3mm rounds in the black spinel, and the rice beads in the garnet and the rice beads in the black spinel. Absolutely gorgeous, really gorgeous gemstones. Now, the total cost of the kit, if we added them all together, that's because the jump rings come in parcels of 200, which is a bulk buy. Is that fair to say?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Because when you see a lot of companies with jump rings, they're sort of 10s and 20s and 50s.
Yeah.
So 200 is a bulk parcel.
It is. It's a real good bulk buy.
However, we don't just give you one set of 200, do we, Fleur?
We don't.
No. She can get through 3,500, 4,000 jump rings in a week. So there's no point giving her 200. She'd be like, and give me some more. 3 parcels of 200 for our lovely Fleur and for yourselves here. So the kit, 21-piece silver-plated findings kit, 605mm precision cut jump rings all open, the 2 strands of the black spinel in the rounds in the rice bead in the rounds in the garnet, would add up to over £40. However, we're going to try and sneak it in under 30 for you. Oh gosh, that's not a sneak. That's with the post and packaging off as well.
Wow.
Wow.
Can I show you what I've got left as well?
I'd love you to show us what you got left.
But I hope I've tied these. If I put them there actually, and then you can see.
Okay.
So I've got.
Oh my word!
Nearly 3/4 of a well, I've got 3/4 of a strand
of the black spinel.
The black spinel. I'll top my necklace off so I can show you the weave. Half a strand of the rice beads. Yeah. And 3/4 of a strand of the garnets as well. That's what I've got left. The only strand that I've used completely are the
black spinel rice beads. So that's a lot left, and
you've
made.
Lot left over.
Now, I know you do sell your jewellery, Fleur, and I always feel a bit awkward when I sort of say what kind of price, but ballpark. Yep. That necklace alone with the black spinel and the garnets in there, what kind of price point for that beautiful necklace would you say?
That would be about £60, £65 for that necklace.
Right, so we need to add this up. So £65, the bracelets?
The one with the black spinel would be £35, so say £30.
So let's say 30, no, say 35 because it's easier.
Okay.
65, so that's 100.
Yeah, and then £30.
This bracelet?
£30 for that bracelet.
130, and the earrings?
£20.
So £150, and you've still got shed loads of gemstones left.
Still got all these gemstones left over. Yeah.
Just if you don't mind me asking you that, do you?
Not at all.
Thank you, because I think people learn what kind of price points from people experience like yourselves as well.
No problem.
Okay, so £150 worth. Sam's just said the bead spine bracelet is my favourite weave, Fleur. It looks so nice, Sam. Is that this one?
That's that one. Yes. Yeah, and that's a very, very simple bracelet. It's a really simple weave to do. It's basically a 2-in-1 weave that you just connect the single jump rings together to create like a ladder, and then you just bead through the middle.
Wow.
It's very, very, if you turn it over, you can see the actual
makeup of it. Do you want to do that, lovely?
So if I just,
Thanks,
if I turn
Sam.
it onto the back, you can see how it's, you can see there, it's just 2-in-1 chains. So they're single ones, and they're just connected together, and it creates like this little channel. And then using your lovely crimping pliers that we're going to do in a second.
You've got those coming up in
You can then crimp your beading thread all the way through. We've got the beading thread coming up as well, so you can actually make this whole bracelet. The only thing that I did add to this kit that I substituted the chain and everything for was another clasp, because I used 3 clasps.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the only thing that I've added in.
Should we let her off that? Shall we? Should we just say she's all right? Yeah, she's all right. Now then, so thank you. So congratulations, everybody. The kit, obviously, at that price point and that saving is going brilliantly. There's a lot to it there. Can I just give a little nudge to Dawn, to Carol, to Collectors, to Christine, to Violet, to Shirley, to Gabrielle as well? Big long list of you all over. Zoe was the first to check out. Congratulations. Last person to check out so far is June in Hertfordshire on the telephone. A lot of people on the telephone actually. A lot of people having 2 each as well. So
yeah, that's a great.
It is a good idea.
Great to multi-buy this kit.
Yeah.
Because when you use 200 jump rings or you use 600 jump rings, they're gone. They're actually woven in. So it's not like 10 metres of wire that you only use half a metre and you've got 9.5 metres left. So you constantly need jump rings to sort of like top up your stash all the time.
Yeah.
And this size is a perfect size. It's great for that sweetie-esque style bracelet as well, which when we do the elastic, I've got one in my bag so I can show you how to just, how that they just constructed, just threaded onto the elastic basically.
Okay. Now, can I just check? We didn't have a big number of the kits, did we? 129. Okay, so 129 and we're way under 100 available now. So, good luck on that. Those earrings are gorgeous. Right then, Fleur, can I just mention the good news is we do have in this hour the brilliant crimping tool back in stock after a long time. We've bundled it together with some anti-tarnishing or are they called anti-tarnishing or what are they called? Hang on a second, which I can tell you now.
And they're tarnish resistant.
Tarnish resistant, that's what I want to call them, yeah, sorry, I know, yeah. Tarnish resistant with the threading pack and those double parcel of the chain nose pliers coming up in this hour as well, okay? Right then, lovely girl. Can could you start would you like me to look after that necklace for you?
Well, I've taken it off just so you can see what European 4-in-1 looks like. You can wear it as well. I'll give it to you in a second.
It's gorgeous, Fleur.
So if I just pop it against my hand, so you can see that chainmail has its roots in medieval armour, and this is what our European knights would have worn as their armour. So you can see it's just like a fabric. So chainmail does become very fabric-like when it's woven in. So this is exactly the same weave that we're going to do now, but just in the 7mm jump rings. So you can see how you can then make it into like a bigger necklace if you wanted to.
Is that like what the hobbits
Yes.
wear under their, like the hobbits in the Lord of the Rings?
Yeah. Although some chainmail for TV purposes is done in a Japanese weave because it's a prettier weave.
Oh, okay.
Or it's knitted out of lurex.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm not going to nick it because even I wouldn't feel right nicking that off you. I wouldn't. It's too special. It's too special. Okay, so this is this bracelet we're doing,
so we're
isn't
going
it?
to do the European 4-in-1, yeah. So we're going to show you how to do a continuous line of it for a bracelet, and I'm going to show you how to make little sections of it for the necklace as well.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to start, like Zena said, it basically does exactly what it says on the tin. So one jump ring holds 4 in place. So it's an easy weave to do and it's flat on the board as well. So I'm just going to show you that we've got 4 closed jump rings onto 1 open jump ring. And because our jump rings here at Jewellery Maker are so perfectly cut, you can actually use them near enough straight out the bag. There may be a couple that you just need to tweak closed a little bit.
Okay.
But on the whole, they tend to be perfectly closed. So I'm now going to just close that jump ring and I'm going to take my 4 closed jump rings and split them into 2. So I've got a pair on one side and a pair on the other. And I'm now going to lay this down onto the board. Now I'm right-handed, so I'm going to chainmail across to the right. So if you're left-handed, all you would make sure is that this centre jump ring here, this purple jump ring, is facing up and towards the way that you're going to chainmail.
Okay.
So like I say, I'm going to go across to the right, but if you were left-handed, you would just make sure that it was just pushed over to the left. Okay, so it's exactly the same. Okay, so I'm just going to push it back over to the right so that I can use it properly. Right, so with this weave, I can only ever add in 2 closed jump rings. So I need to take 4 jump rings for this one single jump ring to hold in place. So I know I can add the 2 in a second. So I've got to take 2 out of the weave that's already started. So I'm going to take the 2 where I can see all the jump rings. So they're the 2 that are on the top. So they were a pair, and all I've done is just slid them forward, so they're now facing forward. I'm going to take my first open jump ring. I'm going to come down through the bottom of that first jump ring, so the jump ring that's closest to me, and it naturally wants to sit underneath the jump ring that's in the middle, and it's going to come up through the jump ring on the top. So it's now sitting perfectly underneath, and you can see the pattern starting to create straight away. So it's not trying to sit on top, it's sitting underneath. So every open jump ring you add into this weave sits underneath, and every closed jump ring that you add in sits on top. So I'm now going to put my next 2 jump rings in place, and all they're going to do is just go onto that middle jump ring and just sit on top of the previous pair of jump rings that I've just used. So that jump ring now has got 4 being held by 4 small jump rings, or 4 the same size jump rings there.
Okay.
Okay, so I've got my first little element in place. So then chainmail is just a repetition of the pattern. Once you've got the first couple of jump rings in place, it's exactly the same, and this is a really nice easy weave, and it builds quite quickly. So
and do you tend to build it down flat like that? Is that how you do it?
You can either have it flat, or you can lift it up and pop it over your hand, so you're just working on these last 2.
How do you do it?
So I tend both ways, really.
Both ways, yeah.
Both ways. It just depends what I'm going to work with, what size I'm working with as well.
Yeah.
So with the smaller ones, you might be easier to hold it up like this. So all I'm doing is I'm holding that middle jump ring, and I'm just using, because these are the only 2 jump rings that I'm interested in this weave at the moment, because they're the only 2 that I'm going to weave in. So I'm going to go down through the bottom and up through the top, and then before I close, I'm going to add on my 2 closed jump rings and then close. So I'll just lay it back down again so you can see. These large jump rings do tend to jump around a bit. They jump around. They jump everywhere. That's why they're called jump rings. Mainly because they ping off of your pliers. You can't find them. I work in a sea of jump rings, literally. When I get up, there's like jump rings everywhere. So I've now got my next element in place. So once you get a little bit more used to the weave, you can actually take your 2 closed jump rings and add them onto your open jump ring before you even start. So I now know that I've got my 2 in place. I can then go straight into this bottom jump ring, the one that's closest to me, and go down through that one and up through the one at the top. You know straight away it's in the correct place because it's following suit. Now I'll just show you a little, if it falls on the floor, which chainmail does tend to fall on the floor, and that's where people get a little bit confused. If it falls on the floor and you can't remember which way you're facing, always remember that this centre spine has to face the way that you're going. So I don't know if we can get it from the side, but they're all sort of like stacked underneath, but they're facing upwards, so you can see that it's facing. So I'm coming this way. So this is my next 2 jump rings that I'm working on. Also as well, when I pick this weave up, when I go down through the bottom and up through the top, when I lift it up, if I just lift it up towards the camera, can you see how it stayed in that position? It stayed like bunny ears. If I was to do it the other way, it would go together as a pair, so I know that that's the wrong way. So I'm going to lay it back down and making sure that side, the way the centre spine's the way that I'm actually travelling. Okay, and then I'm going to take my next 2 open jump rings, and I'm going to add in again down through the bottom and up through the top and close, and then all I have to do is just flip that 1 jump ring over the top. So that's how you're going to carry on till you get to the end of your bracelet. So when you're doing the actual bracelet, to attach the clasp, you've got 2 jump rings at the front and at the back, which will come together as a pair. Right. That you can then add your clasp to. Okay. So that's what it's like in the actual bracelet itself. So you just bring the last 2 together and pop your clasp onto there.
So I've just turned it around for you so you can see what Fleur's just showing you there. Look, so you can see the clasp there.
There you go. So you can see the last 2 have come together, and it's just, again, it's a little bit more of a structural piece as well, because 1 jump ring on 1 chainmail bracelet may not hold the weight of the chainmail bracelet if it's not closed together as perfectly as it can be. Okay. So by having 2 jump rings, you sort of like a little bit more safe. Yeah, edging your bets with it. Yeah. Now, if you wanted to do the actual the segments for the necklace
in this lovely design,
very, very simple. So all I'm going to do is just take this off to here, because I've used 5 centre jump rings for that. So all I'm going to do is take 3 sections. So I'm going to weave in 3 sections. So I've got 3 middle jump rings, and I've got 4 on the top and 4 at the bottom. Okay. What I'm going to do now to sort of like close these segments off, so I can then use a wrapped loop on either end to keep those beautiful gemstones separated, is I'm just going to take 1 single jump ring, and all I'm going to do is go down through the bottom and up through the top and close, and I'm not going to add any more jump rings to that one. So that end now is closed, but this end isn't closed at all. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over and spin it around so that I've now got my centre spine facing the same way that I was going. So I've just turned it over, and now my centre spine's going the correct way again, and again exactly the same on this side, down through the bottom and up through the top and close. And then when I lift that up, you can see now how that's an actual unit of chainmail. So it's not going to, there's no jump rings at the end to go together in a pair. It's sort of closed off the top and the bottom. So this end's closed off, this end's closed off, and that's where then I would do all my little segments for my gemstones. So what I tend to do when I'm making a necklace like this is I make all my chainmail. Thank you.
There you go, sweetie.
So all I do is I make all my chainmail segments up to start with, and I pop them on the board. So I had them in a little pile, and then I make all my little gemstone segments up. So all I've done with that is I've used my round nose pliers, and I've used some 0.4 wire or some featherweight head pins just to go through that segment of beads. And you can choose whichever combination of beads you want to go in this segment here. And then all you need to do is just open up that front jump ring again, add that section in, and then you just carry on going. And what I did was I made sure when I made each segment, because as you can see it's a graduated strand of these long elongated rice beads, so I've just made sure that I've got the two smallest ones, and I've actually gone down the whole way round in the size that they are on the actual strand.
That adds to the perceived value as well, doesn't it?
You've got that nice large centre one right in the middle there. And that's how simple. European 4-in-1 is a very, very simple weave. It had to be simple because they had to make big pieces of armour out of it. So it's a very, very quick weave to create, and it can be done in any size jump ring that we do at Jewellery Maker other than the 3mm jump rings.
Right, okay. Now that's a good point actually, because Angela's just said, missed the beginning. What are the size of the jump rings, please? Great show, ladies and crew. Well, I'll let you answer that one if that's okay.
So the ones that are in the kit are the 5mm jump rings. So you can, these are all 5mm jump rings, and I think what's so nice is it looks quite delicate in the segments, but when it's in the bracelet, it looks like it's a more chunkier style, if you like. So you've got like the two different looks, but like I say, the European 4-in-1 can be made in any size jump ring, 5mm being the smallest one that we do at Jewellery Maker.
So you could go up to a 9mm?
You could do it with a 9mm jump rings, there's no restriction.
But 5's about the smallest?
So we do a 3mm size jump ring, but that's we tend to use those just as spacers, So 5mm is the smallest chainmail jump ring that we can add. The only thing you can't add in with the 5mm, you can't add another row, so you couldn't actually add with a 1mm wire, you can't add additional rows. It's only just one single row because there's not enough room to add the next ones in. But I think when you've got a 5mm jump ring, you need to keep it nice and delicate.
Somebody said as well, is that kit good for that we've just done for you? Is it good for chainmail? I think the answer is yes, isn't it? Yes. Now Mari's just said, Zena, Fleur and JM crew, hello lovely. I was out earlier and I missed the cutter. Oh no, is the Zeron Maxi shear cutter for heavier weight wire, and is it a flush cutter?
Yes.
Yes to, it'll cut up to 2mm. 2mm, and yes, it is a flush cutter. So absolutely. And what price did we go to? Was it $15.95? $15.95. Just put it at the bottom of the screen for you. In fact, I'll just. Do you know which one it is, sweetie? The little short stubby cutter one. The cutter one. Yeah, I'm just going to grab it for you to show you again, Mari. That's it, sweetie. So this is your Maxi shear. It's got the shorter handles. Oh, Fleur's got them out.
I've got different ones. So I was just going to say you can tell the actual which ones are the maxi cutters.
Oh, that should be good.
Because you've got the different mechanism at the top. So you can see this one's got an actual a bigger. That's it. Sort of like a nut to hold it all in place, if you like.
Got you.
Better word. Whereas these ones have got a smaller. So if you've got two of them at home, then you can see which ones they are, because this one's got a smaller.
Oh, I see.
By side, there you go.
Oh, I see. So these are the Maxi with the larger. And what are yours ones called?
Mine are the tapered head flush cutters. So again, they're Zeron again, exactly the same brand of pliers, but these ones are more heavy duty, but they will still cut a 0.4 or 0.25 wire exactly the same. So if this is your first pair of flush cutter pliers, they will do all your jobs for you.
Brilliant, perfect. Okay, so there you go. And I think all of us here will concur with this next message. You are so talented, Fleur. Such lovely designs and so clearly explained.
Thank you very much.
Well, you are. You're fab. So there you go, Mari. Perfect flush cutters for you, my lovely. Barbara said, "How long is that necklace?" Thanks, Barbara. And that's Barbara in California.
Let me have
a little measure, are you?
Yeah. Let's
okay. Right, we move that out of the way for you, Mama.
It is 25 inches.
Okay, 25 inches.
It's quite a long necklace. So
beautiful, Fleur.
You could take, and that's 200 jump rings that's gone into this one. So each piece of chainmail's got 200 jump rings. So this is 200. The bracelet is 200, and the spine bracelet is 200 as well.
So you could make all 3
Oh,
pieces?
sorry, this spine bracelet is 180 because I've
Plus
used
a
some
few
for
in the
these
earrings.
ones.
So you could do all of those with that one kit.
Yes.
And we
Yeah.
priced that as £150, didn't we, roughly?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow,
with
not
lots of
bad.
gemstones left over to make earrings.
Loads of
and
gemstones left
bracelets.
over, yeah. Mari said, thank you so much, Zena and Fleur just bought it. Oh, absolute pleasure, my darling. You'll love them. You'll love them, so well done. Right then, Fleur, fantastic demo. Thank you, lovely girl.
Okay.
We're now going to give you a double, trouble star buy that we've put together just because we've got this fantastic lady on for you as a star buy. Now, obviously, we've just had a chainmail demo from Fleur, and Fleur is well known for her love of chainmail.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Passionate. Yes.
Passionate. Yeah, you are passionate,
Yeah,
actually,
yeah,
aren't you?
yeah.
Very passionate indeed. And Fleur can get through what? We do talk about 3,500 to 4,000 jump rings a week.
Yeah, I did about 900 jump rings this morning.
This morning?
Yeah. Yeah.
Goodness me. And you always talk about bent nose or stubby nose or chain nose,
Yes.
don't you?
Yeah.
So ideally, if you're opening 2 sets of jump rings, you would have, like you would have a pair of hands, 2 hands, you'd have 2 sets of pliers.
Yeah.
Because you've got one as the vice,
That's it.
one as the open.
One is the open.
Okay.
So they're an extension of your hands.
So if I take these out, it'll give you a little pair to have a little play with. There you go. And I'll have a little pair to play with, so we can show you both. So these are chain nose. Now, if we show you these, we're going to give you both now this deal is, now I think we're going under £10. Just going to mention it, for both. So it's talking about taking these to £4.99 each. Now, chain nose, some people get confused with flat nose, don't they?
Yeah. So
What's the difference?
A flat nose plier is the same diameter at the bottom of the plier that it is at the top. So the jaws are exactly the same at the bottom as they are at the top, and they're not rounded, they're squared off. They're very flat, so they're great for creating angles. Somebody like Claire McDonald will use her flat nose pliers all the time to create angles in her wire writing, that kind of thing, or an acute angle that you need. Chain nose pliers have got a slightly more rounded, they've got rounded sections on the top, they're tapered so they're smaller, but inside they're smooth jaws, so you can see there's no markings at all in those jaws at all, and they close together perfectly, so there's no gap at all when they're close together.
So I think the way to, if you were confused, flat nose would be flat inside and flat outside, whereas chain nose will be flat inside and rounded on the outside edge. That's the way, because some people, oh bless you, did you have
No, I was just going to see if there was any down there. But
oh bless you. Yeah, so you'd have, flat nose would be flat and flat. Chain nose, if you think about it, the outside edge is rounded. So that's the difference between your chain nose and your flat nose. And you're going to get 2 pairs of these. And also, they tend to be more pointed. So again, better suited for sort of accessing really smaller, tighter areas.
Smaller jump rings as well. So your jump ring will actually sit over the top. You know, if you put your pliers through it, your jump ring can actually sit over the top if you're wanting to open and close them easier. So yeah, chain nose for me are preferred rather than flat nose, unless you've gone for the stubby nose ones, which again, as you can see, have got the same sort of diameter on the points there. So they do the same job, but they're different pliers. And for me, I have about 20 different pairs of what are classed as chain nose or flat nose pliers for lots of different jobs, because these are absolutely fantastic. These are again like your workhorses. You can actually put a larger jump ring in the bottom of the jaw and a smaller jump ring in the top of the jaw, so you've got the best of both worlds.
So that's a nice way to put it, best of both worlds. So it's a multifunctioning tool. They're flat on the one side, they're rounded on the other. They've got tapered jaws. They're invaluable in a whole range. I know we're talking about chainmail because we've got Fleur here, but in a whole range of jewellery making techniques. Again, the amount of times I see a guest designer reach for chain nose pliers.
The wire
Every
workers
day.
will use them to sort of like crimp that piece of wire round on a wrapped loop. You know, you'll need these, and these are fantastic as well if you're doing the wrapped loops like in the necklace, just to sort of like they sort of crimp the wire down in effect. So these are like their crimping pliers for wires. They are absolutely, they're invaluable. They are the 3 tools that you need are these, your round nose and your cutters.
Now when we bring this price in, my lovelies, both pairs, can I just mention? Oh, blimey, gosh, I thought we were going to go £9.95. Did I show you then, Fleur? Sorry. That's all. Feels like I did show it before I came out, Zena. What do you think about that? That makes that £3.48 a pair.
This is what I can never get my head around when we think about jewellery making. I've got horses, and I know if I was to say to somebody, if you don't want to start going horse riding, they would need at least £200 for all their equipment that they're going to need. To do chainmail, that is all you need. You need nothing else than
really,
these two
this
pairs
could
of
be
pliers.
it.
So this and some jump rings or the kit. As long as these are what you're going to use to put your clasps on as well. So open and close your jump ring to put your clasps on. Yeah. These are all you need to create chainmail. So with this, maybe a DVD and some jump rings. That is a new hobby started for $6.95.
The lovely thing is you're going to get both pairs of pliers for $6.95. Both pairs, 40 pairs have gone already. They're also, I know that we've talked about chainmail, but they're also great for pulling beading wire tight, for wire wrapping. They're ideal for closing, for box closers, jump rings and crimps. Again, if you don't have the crimping pliers, but we will have those coming up this hour as well. They're wonderfully flat, they're smooth, so you can be confident as well. When you're working with your findings and your wire, you won't mark it or damage it while you're working, so you're going to give it that professional finish. So you haven't got to worry about that either, have you?
And these are, again, great workhorses. When I first started chainmail, I had to get electricians' pliers and get them to be ground down.
Did
so
you?
grind the teeth out of them, so that they were flat and they wouldn't mark the
wire. So you were so chuffed when these came out then?
Yeah, because they were, you can pay like a lot of money for a pair of pliers.
Yeah, of course you can.
And sometimes they're not fit for purpose. These are again made for jewellery makers, so they're light handled. They're comfortable grips. You can see, where your thumb's going to go, where it's going to sit into your. So as you hold them, you can see that your thumb's actually, resting against this little area here.
That's a good point.
And they're left-handed and right-handed, so they're ambidextrous.
That's actually really comfy where your thumb goes in there. I'd never even thought about that before.
Yeah.
Really comfy there.
Can I just grab a different pair of pliers? Just so
and again, you've got your spring release in there. Look. So again, once you actually press them, they just spring release. Okay.
So you can see here, as I hold them, there's nothing on these pliers to stop my thumb.
Oh, so those are the sort of entry-level ones.
Yeah, so these, again, they're absolutely perfect, but for me, these ones are more comfortable when you're doing lots and lots of chainmail, say, because that's what I do.
You want the comfort?
You want the comfort, because you need to be able to be comfortable with your pliers and not let them hurt your hand.
Yeah, and as you say, that acts as a stopper then as well, like a non-slip device as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'd never thought about that before.
And they've got nice chunky handles as well, so they don't dig into your hands.
Never occurred to me. Right then, so this is from Lydia in Pennsylvania. Hello, Lydia. Hi, ladies. What is the difference between flush cutters and shear cutters?
So flush cutters, I think our shear cutters are, if you think of a pair of shears, they're for a heavier duty. So I think that's what it refers to. It's they're designed for a heavier duty wire than, say, I think the recommended size of wire for my ones is a 1mm wire. So not to cut any more than a 1mm wire with the pair that I have. Whereas the Maxi pliers, the flush shears actually cut up to a 2mm soft core wire. And when we say soft core wire, that's something like your copper core. So when they say soft core, it's not stainless steel or something like that, because that's a hard cored wire.
Can I actually read you what Zeron say as well, just to back that up for Lydia so that we don't confuse anything? It actually says here, what makes Zeron Maxi shear flush cutters so unique? Well, this is what I said earlier. So it's the blade bypass cutting method of these shears, of these Maxi shears. And what they do is, if you put it into sort of layman's terms, it means that the blade cuts by actually shearing as opposed to compression. And what that means is, because you've got that flush shear, the way the blade's cut instead of the compression, you get a really clean, square cut, which then should require very little or no post-cut cleanup. And that's the actual words that you can read when you go to the Zeron website. That's exactly what it says. So as opposed to a compression, it's a shear, and that's the difference. As if that's sort of backs up what you're saying, doesn't it?
Perfect.
Yeah. Hope that helps, Lydia. Valerie says, hi Zena, Fleur and all the team. Hello, Valerie. How many 5mm jump rings would you use as a section between the gems for a bracelet? Thanks, Val.
So I'd use exactly the same. So I've used 5 of the, so I've used 8 and what's 8 and 5?
13.
13 jump rings in each. So each of those little segments on that necklace has got 13 jump rings in the necklace.
Okay,
so yeah,
fantastic.
13 in each one. But
Lovely.
that's just what I've used. You could use even more if you wanted to.
Brilliant. Right, I'm going to pop those there for use for a second. Now then, to say that Fleur is excited about this next section is a tad of an understatement. Is that fair to say? Oh no, and we've had a spillage. Ah. Right. Mike, don't push your luck. Now then, we have had a spillage. So I'll tell you what. Are we going to go straight into this? Yeah, right. Can I ask you a massive favour while I pick all those up? Is Sam not here? No. Okay. Can you just explain to everybody while I just get those why you love these so much? While I just get the next section.
So these crimping pliers are absolutely fantastic. It's a 2-stage crimping plier. So you can see can you see? You can see there. So you've actually got 2 little elements within this plier that's going to fold the crimp bead in different ways to create a real professional finish to your crimp. And I'm going to show you with the flat nose pliers what a crimp will look like, and I'm going to show you with the beading pliers how professional a crimp will be. Because crimps are a mechanic to hold your clasps and your beading thread in place. So the more professional that sort of like finishes at the back, the more people are likely to want to buy it or wear it if it's a gift. If it's scratchy or if it's not finished off nicely, it tends to be like the difference between somebody wanting the necklace or actually not. So these are absolutely fantastic. I've had my pair for a long time. They don't wear out. They're absolutely brilliant, and they can be used with all the crimps that we do here at Jewellery Maker. So with the ones that are in the actual packs and the ones that we've got in the little bundle here. They're only for use on things like your beading thread. I would never crimp anything like an elastic or a monofilament because the crimp itself will cut through that material. I've never crimped wildfire, but I believe that's absolutely fine to crimp wildfire as well. Yeah, so I tend to use these mainly for my beaded pieces, and like I say, you can crimp things like your wildfire, but not with your elastic and your monofilament.
Thank you, Fleur. That was brilliant. Thank you. We'll go through the crimping pliers as well. What we've done is a special little bundle for you, which I think is fantastic. Now, how many do we have, Phil? Okay, we've got a reasonable number, but 25 in baskets already. Now, you may be new to jewellery making. You might be, while Fleur was just explaining that so beautifully with the crimping pliers, you might be thinking, what's a crimp? What is a crimp? I've had my hair crimped back in the 80s, or, that's the first thing I thought when I thought crimping. This is what we're talking about as a crimp tube. Now, we're going to add these into the bundle deal for you. You are going to get these tarnish resistant, silver plated, and they're quite large crimp tubes, those, aren't they? No? Yes? Well, go on. Tell me where I've gone wrong.
No, nothing. No.
Have we got the wrong... Yeah, different colours. Hang on a second. Have we got this all... Hang on a second. Have we got what, sorry? Hang on a second. What's wrong? Sorry. Go on, tell me.
I think these are the 2mm crimp beads, these ones. They look like the 2mm ones to be. They're about 2mm long. So these are the ones that we tend to get in our findings packs. They're rose gold plated and yellow gold plated.
Right.
I think that there is different crimp beads, and there's different companies that make different crimp beads for different materials, if you like.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So these ones are the ones that we're used to seeing at Jewellery Maker.
Right, so I do apologise, we've been giving completely the wrong information in the studio, but we need to get this right then, don't we, so when people understand exactly what they're getting, Phil. Are you going to... Okay, but so these are gold plated and rose gold plated, so please ignore that on the actual explanation there on the graphics. It's not quite right, so I do apologise. This is exactly what you're going to get, okay? So you get 100 of each, okay? 2mm crimp tubes in the gold plated. Thank you, Fleur, that's very good of you. I do apologise about that. And we're going to give you as well 100 in the rose gold plated as well. So it's lovely to have the 2 different tones. That's a right treat, isn't it?
And these are going to be great for your tin cup spaces as well.
Of course they
when you want to make that kind of spaced material.
So excited, everything. Wait for that at 9 o'clock. Now, this is a traditional, what we call an essential threading pack. This includes the silver beading thread, the monofilament and the elastic that we all talk about when we're talking about making stretches as well. So you get the silver beading thread, you get the elastic, you get the monofilament as well. You get 100 of the gold-plated 2mm crimp tubes and the 100 rose gold-plated, and of course the wonderful, wonderful Beadalon crimping tool, which is your very easy to use closing and securing of your crimp beads, your crimp tubes. As Fleur's just mentioned there, you get your 2 closing stations. The inner position grooves are what crimp the beads and the tubes together nice and tightly by adding like a crescent moon groove with one firm grip, and then the outer position groove rounds off the edge of the crimp bead and the crimp tube for a really smooth professional result. Again, soft handles making the crimping more, and they've got like can you see, look, they've got on the edge, they've got like a what would you call, like a raised textured section to stop you from slipping, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a great grip, yeah.
Yeah, really good. So the thing is, would you say, Fleur, when people come and look at your jewellery, first of all, they look at the jewellery actually there. Is it one of the first things they do to turn it around to see what the finish is like in the clasp?
Yeah. It's exactly the same as when you're buying clothes. You look at how the seams are, and
the zip, if it's a clasp, if it's a press stud.
That's it. Yeah, you tend to look at the mechanics as well as the aesthetics of the actual piece.
Yeah. So that's a good point. Now, the brilliant thing is, because our guest is on to talk about the crimping pliers, the amount of times I've said to my producers, have we got them, and everybody's like, no, I need them. Finally, these are back in stock. We've not seen them for a long time. They're like an old friend that has just rocked up. The good news is, if you don't know how to use a crimp and a crimp cover, this lovely lady here is going to actually demonstrate, aren't you, my lovely, how to do it. You are, aren't you?
Yeah,
just checking. Now, the pliers on their own are £9.95, the crimping pliers. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to add your pliers in, your Beadalon crimp tool pliers for £9.95. And for £2 extra, we're going to throw in the 100 rose gold-plated 2mm crimp tubes, the 100 gold-plated crimp tubes, and the essential threading pack for £2.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And that threading pack will last you a long time.
They will indeed. Can I just show you now, I was mentioning, can you hold on to this?
Of course I can. Yes,
I was mentioning earlier, if you go onto the Beadalon website and you click on crimping tool, you will see that there is a downloadable PDF. So if you forget, or you sort of don't go onto YouTube and you haven't recorded the show with myself and Fleur this evening, you're thinking, oh, I want the crimping tubes, but I want the instructions, you can download that PDF file, thank you, Mike, and that will teach you exactly how to use these crimping pliers. But if you're like me and you like visual, this lovely lady here is going to teach you how to do it as well.
There is some instructions on the back of the packet as well, just a few, just to how to use them. Okay, so these are absolutely fantastic. I'll let those go back into it. These are the ones exactly the same. They're brand new out of the packet, so they're absolutely wonderful to use. So when you're thinking of putting a clasp onto any sort of bracelet or necklace, or even an earring, you need to be able to bend your beading thread over to be able to go through the clasp. So what I've got here is I've got one of those little tubes. As you can see on this one here, I've actually just flattened that with my flat nose pliers. So you can see it's quite a large piece of metal that's now sticking up that may potentially scratch whoever's wearing that kind of that piece of that necklace. So when we're using our crimping pliers, and I'll do one without it bending over, and I'll show you again on the second. So the first thing we have to do is put the crimp bead in place. So I've got it in place on my beading thread, and I'm going to go to the station that's at the back, and I'm doing it to the side, so there we go. So you can you see I've gone to the back station there, and the back station's got the little tooth in the middle, and all I'm going to do is just squish it. And what that creates is it creates a little like crescent moon, like a little horseshoe. So that's the back section that's actually created that. Now what the front section is going to do is crimp this together to create. So all I'm turning it onto its side, and then I'm just going to go into the front section of the tool and just again squeeze again. And you can see now the difference between one that's being used with a crimping pliers and one that's been used with a flat nose pliers.
It's quite dramatically different, isn't it?
Now, if I was to put a crimp cover over the top of these, I would struggle to get a crimp cover to fit over this one, because crimp covers are all the same size. If you, in the finest packs, they're 4mm, so they're going to create a 4mm bead. So what a crimp cover is going to do is, I've got one here that I've actually done.
Brilliant,
is I've just crimped that crimp cover all the way around that and they're almost like little, what better word, little Pac-Man kind of shape of. If I just put one on the board, because I don't think I can pick it up. Not without your amazing tweezers.
Oh, I've still got them here. Oh, shall I lend you my amazing tweezers, Fleur?
I've not been to tweezer school though, so I don't think I'd be able to.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to play with those with you in the break, and we're going to see how easy they are.
So you can see that that's your crimp cover, and they come in some of our finest packs, and you can get them on the website as well by themselves. The easiest way to crimp these and to pick these up is actually to use your crimping pliers. So if I just put that back down, and then pick it up in my crimping pliers.
Okay.
Now I'm going to pick it up in the front section of my crimping pliers. So I've now actually got a really good purchase on that crimp. So you can see there, it's actually held within that little...
So much easier to pick up in the crimping pliers, aren't they?
You can then just pop that into your pliers. And it's easier when it's got a something on the other side like your... There. So it's now gone into that little gap. And all I'm going to do is just gently squeeze it. And because these are rounded, I've not squashed my crimp cover, I can then go around and just give it just like a little nibble at it, just to get it nice and round so there's no gaps in there.
Brilliant.
And that's something that you just take your time on so it looks like a seamless bead, but underneath are all your mechanics that are holding your clasp on. So if I just really quickly just pop a clasp onto this, so this is what I had left over from the kit. So I've got just a clasp, I've already put my crimp cover on there. I'm going to go through the loop on my crimp, bend it back over, sorry, onto my finding, bend back over onto my, back through my crimp bead. And this is where your flat nose pliers are great to pull it tight. So if I just use my flat nose pliers now, just to pull that nice and tight, and you can see I'm just giving it a little wriggle. Now I don't want this to go as tight up to this clasp as possible. It has to be able to move so there's no stress onto there. And then again, just use my crimping pliers, so into the back station first, give it a crimp, turn it around, into the front section.
Best tool, brilliant tool.
And even if you don't have any crimp covers, that's a very unobtrusive
absolutely.
It just looks like a little tiny gold bead. So if I turn it around all the way around, you can see it just looks nice and neat. And I would have used the same, you can use the same colour, you can use a different colour. Yeah. And then just using your cutters, the flush cutters are absolutely fine. Just use that to trim off that little area. Sorry if my hands are in the way. And there you've got your clasp attached just by using one little crimp tube. So those crimp tubes, they do look small, but they are an essential to all of your jewellery making.
Absolutely.
So I wouldn't have been able to make the gemstone spine bracelet without these crimp tubes.
Perfect. Thank you. That was great.
So good.
I love my crimping pliers. They're one of my favourite tools I've got.
They're fantastic.
For me, as a new, and I've been taught by Mark Smith and some of the other guest designers, and I've been shown how to do it with flat nose or chain nose. I couldn't do it very well. The only way I can do it with ease is with the crimping pliers.
And if you struggle with your crimp covers, your crimping pliers will eliminate that struggle.
That's exactly the point, yeah.
Because they're very difficult, because obviously these are flat.
Balance.
Yeah, and then they ping.
Oh yeah, go everywhere.
Whereas with these, they're perfect.
Can I just mention, I'm a bit worried though, because I'm into sort of triple columns nearly already, but listen to this. Please don't miss out. There's lots of you with your baskets. Pam and Ruth and Valerie and Victoria and Lorna and Jane and Susan and Julie and Phyllis and Carolyn and June and Julianne and Rosalind. That's without people like Lynn on the phone, Sarah on the phone, Wendy's on the phone, Jennifer's on the phone, Constancia's on the phone, Sandra's on the phone, Anne-Marie's on the phone, Darnie's on the phone, Winifred's on the phone. You get the essential threading pack, you get the monofilament, the silver beading thread, you get the elasticity, you get the 100 rose gold plated, the 100 the 100 yellow gold plated 2mm crimp tubes, and that brilliant pair of crimping pliers from Bead, along with the full instructions that you get on the back of the packet, and you can get them downloadable. The pliers on their own are usually $9.95. So you're getting the pack of the 2 packs of the crimps and the essential threading pack for £2 extra. Fantastic deal, isn't it?
And if you've got lots of jump rings and you don't know what to do with them and you want to make a stretchy bracelet,
yes,
those
good
kind
point.
of high street designers do these kind of bracelets. All they are is all just your 5mm jump rings and popped onto your elastic that you've got in that threading pack. So you can see. So it's just all the. It's on the stretchy elastic, and that's just all the jump rings, 200 jump rings, just placed onto the elastic and tied a knot.
That looks
and
lovely.
It's easy to tie the knot in the elastic as well. There's all the tutorials on our website.
Yeah, exactly. So brilliant. Right then, so we had a reasonable number, I do say that lightly, a reasonable number. We know how long you've been waiting for those crimping pliers. The bundle's fantastic. 100 have gone already. So good luck on checking those out. All right, my lovelies. Fleur, can I just say that was a fantastic back to basics on those crimping pliers. So thank you so much.
That's okay.
That was cracking. Thank you. Good news is the bead and knot tool. Is it Not-a-bead or bead and knot?
Not-a-bead.
Not-a-bead. To bead or not a bead? Not a bead tool and the brilliant tin cup tool, which is just awesome. I don't think I've looked forward to a demo as much as this.
It's great.
So you're going to teach us how to pearl knot, use the tool and the tin cup, everything.
Everything.
Brilliant. That is in just over an hour's time, but we've still got loads more tools to come your way as well, my lovelies. So good luck on those. Thank you, lovely girl. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right then, my lovelies. I think we've got time to do one more treat for you before the break, I think. Okay, let's pop all my notes. Sorry about all my notes tonight, but I've just got so many goodies to bring you. I want to make sure I'm giving you all the... Because I think the thing is, when you see so many different types of tools, you need to understand specifically which one does which, otherwise you're going to get confused, aren't you? You need to know. You do need to know. Oh, are those moonstone? Chalcedony? Wow. Oh, I like these. Oh my word, they're gorgeous. They are coated chalcedony. I'll tell you what, I've got to show those with, if you don't mind. Can I show you those with some labradorite, look? Look at that with those. Oh my goodness me, they're beautiful.
That would go beautiful with that druzy.
Oh yes, with that druzy pendant that we had. Oh, that's a great call, Fleur. That is perfect. Yeah, that would go lovely with the druzy. We're just going to see if we can locate that druzy. It was in the 6 o'clock hour, sweet. Have you got it? 14, lovely. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. Let me just show you that, because Fleur's made a very good point. We had this fantastic pendant earlier. Fantastic pendant. And we're just saying, if you popped that... Oh, what a great... Fleur, you've hit the nail right on the head there, my love.
And then I'd use the sterling silver spaces that we've got in the second
yeah,
kit.
you and me both, hon. That is lovely. Absolutely lovely. Do we have any of the druzy pendants left, Phil? Do we? Yeah, we'll pop it at the bottom of the screen for you. Those gorgeous coated chalcedonies, utterly beautiful, with that beautiful pendant, which has got a little drill hole in the top there for you, as you can see, look. So you do have a drill hole in the top. That one, what size was it? 150, is it 100, is it? 150 carats? Goodness me, that's a whopper. Druzy quartz, what do we take it to? £8.95. I mean, really? Really? Just gorgeous. Definitely with the tiger's eye, I'm thinking it'd go lovely with the labradorite, go lovely with the black onyx we had, go great with the kit with the black spinel. Oh my goodness me, definitely. I'm just thinking, would it go nice with your cheeky... Oh, that's nice. Do you think with the pearls from your kit as well? Yeah. With the silver pearls. Oh gosh, you've got 3 beautiful strands of pearls coming up in the kit. We've got silver pearls, gorgeous, different sets of beautiful. We've got the black freshwater culture pearls, the white and the silver coming up in the kit. I do think the silver with those chalcedonies go great, beautiful. Don't they? Yeah. Gorgeous. Just lovely. And I tell you what, these would look lovely with the tin cup design, wouldn't they? I keep trying to say teacup. Can't help myself. £5.95. Now practically all of you. Hello, Sheila in Washington. A lot of you go for 2 each, including Sheila. So well done you. I don't blame you. I've never seen those before. They're lovely. They are lovely. Now, the good news is, my lovelies, do you know what? Do you know what, everybody? We must remember, we've got to remember to put that Not-a-bead tool on order, haven't we, for Leah and Reg, Phil, after the break. That's got to go on pre-order for Leah and Reg and everybody else. I haven't even mentioned, which never happens, today's muster. I'm so sorry, haven't even mentioned it. We had too many goodies coming up in the first 2 hours for you. This is your 370 carat strand of rhodonite, completely brand new, totally natural, in those 10mm rounds. Utterly, utterly gorgeous. Coming up for you after the break. And Leah, Reg and everybody, that Not-a-bead tool will be put on pre-order.
You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
Hi, Leslie Rogalski here, Creative Director for the Beadsmith in the US, and I'm delighted to be presenting Zeron tools for Jewellery Maker television. I'd like to introduce you to a group of go-to pliers. These are what they call the stubby flat nose pliers. The noses meet in what they call a tweezers, so that the very, very tips come together, and it allows you to see exactly where you're holding and exactly precision to get in there and do the work that you need. So this is just a longer version of the flat nose. Again, these have the tweezer meet up. It's a longer nose, so if you're working with larger gauges of wire or larger jump rings, this is perfect for you. And the last pair of pliers, which everybody needs, is the round nose. Now, these round noses from Zeron are really interesting because the tips are round, but they taper into an ellipse. So you can actually make, when you're doing wire work and you're making loops, you can change the shape. So you can have round loops, or you can have a more interesting shape with the ellipse. So here are 3 go-to wonderful basic Zeron pliers to add to your tool rack.
If you'd like more information on up-and-coming shows, you can view the programme guide on our website.
If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our 30-day money-back guarantee. Right, now my lovelies, would you mind if I just did something for Leah and Reg and everybody else, my lovelies? I've got to put on pre-order, if I may, just before I do the rhodonite, if that's okay, my lovelies. I did get asked because Leah and Reg are waiting to go out. And Leah and Reg wanted me to put on pre-order, as I'm sure an awful lot of you do, the fantastic Not-a-bead tool. Now, this Not-a-bead tool we have not seen, excuse the pun, since January 2016. Okay, this is your Not-a-bead, which is a fantastic, you can basically create the perfect knot with this knotting tool. You get easy step-by-step instructions, again, a full tutorial on beadalong.com. And it's all about creating perfectly knotted designs in no time whatsoever. It allows you to tie the knots naturally, so you've got both hands you can tie them with. It positions the knots totally, really tightly against the beads to give you that professional finish. Again, you can use it with braided cord, you can use it with cotton and hemp and leather and linen and nylon and satin and twine and wildfire and wire and you name it. So this brilliant tool, now let me just mention for you, as I said, we've not seen it since January 2016. I've got 199, that's it. So the code is N for Nelly, or O, B for Bertie, N for Nelly, 18. So NOBN 18. Okay, it's going under £20 guaranteed for you. All right. We've got. Will you be doing a little cheeky old demonstration?
Yes,
she will. Our lovely guest designer Fleur. So we've got this amazing tool that we have waited 7 months to get back into stock for you. It's on order. So Leah and Reg, I hope you're there. I hope we've managed to catch you before you go out. Code is NOBN. It should be on pre-order now on the website. NOBN 18, and we are going under £20. Okay. Now to go with that as well. This is going to look like the oddest. In fact, I don't have a clue how this works. Fleur is going to teach us, aren't you, Fleur?
I am.
Now, what I'm going to show you next, this is coming up. Now, this is brand new. Never had this before, okay? Never had this before, ever. This is your tin cup spacers for the Not-a-bead tool. So basically, if you want to create a tin cup necklace, which we will show you what that looks like in a minute, it helps you to slide the silk in between the foam. So in between that foam there, you're going to slide the silk. I'm assuming one does 1/2 inch and one does 3/4. I guess that. Tell you what. And it helps you to snug it up to the bead. So this is perfect to go with the Not-a-bead tool. So can I just show you what a tin cup necklace looks like? Made famous by the film with Kevin Costner and Rennie Russo. It's a gorgeous look. That's your tin cup necklace. And that's what that tool will do if it's never been on Jewellery Maker before. And it's going under £10. And I have the same amount of the Not-a-bead tool as I do with... Should we make that a pre-order as well? Okay, we will. That is code OS for sugar. OSBN 03, okay, and that's going under £10. So you can get both of these today for way less than £30, and I mean way less than. You love the tin cup, don't you?
Can I just add as well, it's not just for knotting. If you want to use any spacers in your wire work, these are absolutely fabulous for that as well.
Really?
Yeah, so this obviously is for knotting.
Okay.
Whereas these...
The tin cup.
These are spacers as well. So if you want to actually use them as a spacer for your wire work and get...
Oh, brilliant.
You know, and also for crimping gaps as well. So you can actually use crimp beads to gap your... your gemstones as well. So yeah, don't just think of them to go with this. They are designed to go with this, but there's so many more uses for them.
Oh, fantastic. And I tell you what, with that, I mean, this is what does make me, this is what I love about Beadalon, is they give you that little tool, but my goodness me, do they give you just page after page after page of really step-by-step instruction, okay? When I talk about step-by-step, as you can see, it goes on and on and on and on. It's very, very comprehensive, isn't it?
It is.
And that comes with the tool.
It does.
Brilliant. That tool's going under £10, the tin cup spacer.
And I really don't understand how they folded it so small, because I couldn't get it back.
I'm glad you were just saying that, because you know, I've bought a toothbrush that I've got to take back. I can't get it back in the box. I cannot get it back in. Oh.
Have you done it?
Done it. She's done it. I've actually done it. Right, sorry, I bet everybody's sitting there going, Zena, you're on today's WhatsApp. And WhatsApp? Today's must-have. WhatsApp? What am I talking about, woman? Nobody knows. I don't know, so. Right then, let me give you the rhodonite. It's going under what? Did you just hear what he just said?
I think he's got it wrong.
I think he's got it wrong. There's no way that's going under a £5. No chance. Sorry. Is it? We have got here for you, gorgeous. He's got to have it wrong, hasn't he, everybody? He's got to have that wrong, because we have got here... Oh dear, the phone's gone. Sorry, the phone made me jump. We have got here a fantastic strand, big carat weight of a gemstone that you may not know. It's gorgeous. This would look lovely on you. Fleur,
It'd be beautiful. That's my new stretchy bracelet, if there's any left.
Is it?
Yeah, that's my new bracelet.
That is, I was going to say that, I can see you wearing that. That'd be lovely, absolutely beautiful. What it's got is, because obviously Fleur sometimes dyes her hair a fantastic bright pink, this is got a beautiful pink body colour to it, a vitreous lustre, and then the gemstone, as you can see, of rhodonite, is actually distinguished by these wonderful, fascinating black veins. And those black veins are the same kind of black vein that you'll see in a dendritic opal, because they are actually dendrites. That's what those black veins are. And they form these fantastic, amazing patterns within rhodonite. Oh, he's put the price in? You have done it for under £5.
I'll be getting 3 strands of that, because I know that all my friends are going to want a bracelet made from that.
100%, and I totally agree with you, because look at the phenomenal. I mean, everybody that watches regularly knows that my 2 favourite gemstones are chrome diopside and dendritic opal. 100 at £4.95 are gone. I'm not surprised. How many have we got? Oh no, sorry everybody. Oh, Fleur, I tell you what, Fleur, you've been that brilliant. Do you want to go and get them?
I've switched my phone. It would take 5 minutes to do it. Right.
Oh, darling. Sorry, lovely. Sorry. They're just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, can I just say as well, we are lucky. Oh, you're lucky. We're lucky. We're all lucky that we work with some of the most talented lapidarists on this planet, because I can tell you now, this gemstone here, your rhodonite, extremely difficult to cut, because it's polymorphic, and what that means is it's got different hardness against its different axes. So it's a big trick for the lapidarist to know exactly what angle to make the all-important first cut. If they don't get that right at that critical angle, at that first cut, they've lost the rhodonite. Okay? And we've managed to give you that incredible 370 carat strand for £4.95. Fleur, sorry to say, you and I ain't gonna get them, because how far away from a sellout are we? 5 left, and I've got loads of people with it. I can't even read all your names out. Said to have, if you believe in crystal healing as well, very many therapeutic qualities as well. So wow, gone. The what? Sorry, the pre-order's not working on the tool. Why? So you're going to do it now? Okay, all right. Right, now apparently everybody, sorry, I had no idea. We got a technical error apparently, and for some reason the pre-order won't work on the tool. I don't know, perhaps we pulled it up, because we pulled it early, pulled it forward earlier an hour for our lovely Leah and Reg and everybody else, didn't we? So I'll tell you what we'll do. You've got yours over there, haven't you, Fleur? We'll demo it later. Okay, we'll do a little early launch for you, and then we'll explain more about it a little bit later on. This tool has not been seen since January 2015. No, hang on a second, 2017. So it's not been seen for 7 months. And it's called, as you can clearly see there, the Beadalon Not-a-bead tool. The idea being that you create the perfect knot with this tool, obviously because it's a knotting tool. You get step-by-step instructions, and the idea is you can create the perfect knot by using both hands, because normally you'd have like an awl and you'd be tied up with one hand, so it keeps both your hands free. Yeah. And it gets you nice and tight against the bead that you're trying to tie the knot. Is that right?
It does, yeah. Sometimes when you're knotting pearls by hand, it can be quite difficult if you've not got as good dexterity as, say, the next person. So sometimes in the workshop, some people struggle to hold the pearls and to push them, because we use a different technique when you're hand knotting to what this machine's going to do. So this little tool is going to really help you to get that consistency in your knotting all the way through. But what I love about this is that it can be used on an array of different materials, threading materials. if you've got a thread and a gemstone that will go through and the thread will be able to knot, you can make knotted necklaces or bracelets or anything, tassels with this tool. It's absolutely fantastic.
Can I just, now I don't normally do this, but I've got some information here, and if ever you need me to put anything on like this on my Facebook page for you, I will do. If I just show you down here, and if I fold it in half for you actually, because you know Fleur just talked about all the different threads and things that you can work with. I've actually typed them up for you here, look. So if we just show you that on camera, I don't know if you can zone in on that or zoom in on that even. If you can see there, look, so use the Not-a-bead with these different threading materials. Look, braided cords, cotton, dandelion, hemp, imitation leather, linen cord, nylon, poly thread, satin cord, silk, sinew, suede, sparkle thread, twine, wax cord, wildfire, and wire. All with that.
Yep.
That's a lot of materials.
And again, comes with great instructions
Yep.
for the actual tool itself that come in the box.
It also, Fleur's absolutely right, so it comes with those instructions in the box, but also, again, if you like a visual step-by-step, now Fleur is going to give you a visual demonstration later, but also if you actually go onto the beadalon.com website, you can actually watch an entire tutorial as well, okay? So this will accommodate any shaped bead up to 16 mil in diameter, which are some of the biggest beads that we have here on Jewellery Maker. Yeah, so it actually says here that it's got a specially designed yoke.
That's this section here.
Is that bit there?
This is the yoke here, this little
Okay.
tick. Looks like a little tick.
So that's the specially designed yoke and a stainless steel auto reset all in there as well, is it?
So that's this section here.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. And that's going to get you to get the knots precisely where you want them.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see you demo this. We've had to wait as presenters because we're not been allowed to see how they work until the guest designer shows us how to do it. $14.95. Okay, so we're going to demo that in an hour's time. So if you want to come back and watch Fleur, an hour's time. Okay? What about the tin cup spacer tool? We've got to do that as well. That is on pre-order. Okay, the good news is the tin cup spacer tool is on pre-order. The code for you was, my loves, OS for sugar, BN03, and it's going under £10. All right. Do we know exactly what price it's going to? $6.95. Going to tell you now. $6.95 for the spacer tool. All right. Oh, I did tell you it was an action-packed show tonight, didn't I? I did. I did. Right then. So today's must have sold out. Sorry, Fleur. So, did you tell me what I'm doing next? Or do you know, Phil, I'm not, you know what your job is, don't you? You know what your job is, don't you, Phil? Your job is to tell me what I'm doing next. Honestly. I mean, you know, in your own time, what, you having a sandwich in there or a drink or what? It went quiet. You know, you think, as your battery gone and you talk back, you think, it just went quiet, didn't it? And I started to think, have I missed what he said? Everybody else going, you know, what's happening now then? Now, I have got more sets of tools in this hour for you. Oh, I have. Oh, I've got tool-tastic treats everywhere. But in the meantime, let's give you some more. I'm assuming you get more than that. I do think that in these prisms you get more than one.
Lonely little bead.
$14.95. I'm guessing it's those, is it so? Just thinking, not very many.
It's like a little musical instrument.
Right, the good news is they're all in here. That's hilarious. So you get a whole tube full. They've all been tipped into their pot. In fact, I'm sorry. He's separated from his friends.
Yeah, it's not
having that.
It's like he's been put in the naughty corner.
Yeah. Poor little, oh, not having that. So these are our nice, big, sizable spacer beads, aren't they?
They are.
Seed beads.
They are.
Wicked in wire they are.
They're fantastic and great in macrame as well, and knotting.
Yeah, could you put them in chainmail as well?
Yes, you can, because your jump rings will go through the bead hole.
Well, it's a rather large aperture.
It is.
Isn't it, as holes go? Don't mind me saying. Right then, when I say a rather large hole, let me show you what one means, because they are quite considerable. So, look at that. You're going to be able to get I'd have said a good one and perhaps 1.5, 1.25 wire through there inch.
These are really good as well. If you're using your crimp beads, they'll go over the top of your crimp bead. So they'll slide. If you haven't got any crimp covers, for that one you can pop the crimp bead.
That'd be good, wouldn't it?
You can't do it on the other side because then you need a crimp bead, crimp cover, but they're going to work exactly the same.
That's a great idea, Flirtastic. I'll tell you what I've got coming up on the show later. I've got some lovely carnelian these would go nice with.
I want them as well.
You want those as well, do you? Yeah, I thought she might. Now you get here, let me have a little check. You get all that. Now these are some of the bigger ones that we do. These are the bigger seed beads. They're rose gold plated brass rondelle seed beads. They're 6 by 5 mil. I think these are one of the biggest ones we do. They're quite whoppers, aren't they?
They are.
Like a superhuman caped seed bead, aren't they? Da 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 da. Come on then, who was that? What theme tune was that? Anybody know?
Superman.
Superman!
I was going to watch him today.
Oh yeah, what, the old, the original
one.
Christopher Reeve?
Yeah, but I watched the X-Men instead.
Oh, did you? Oh, other films are available.
Other films are available. Superhero films.
I want to go to the new Spider-Man and Planet of the Apes.
Oh, the Planet. I love those films.
Woody Harrelson in it, hasn't it?
Yeah, I love all the old ones as well with Roddy McDowall.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They're my favourite ones.
As a kid, you used to come in and watch Planet of the Apes, didn't you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm talking about seed beads and I'm on Planet of the Apes. No idea how that happened. Sorry, but the films are available. So, we've just taken 240 in that tube to $11.95. That's a fantastic price tag, isn't it? They're whoppers, aren't they? They really are. They'd go lovely with the rhodonite.
They would. They're really great as space beads, and they're great as well for stretchy bracelets. So when you want the knot, you don't want the knot to be on show. They're great for covering the knot.
Totally agree. Now there we go. Just to call mine. There you go. Look at those with those rhodonites. That'd look. Oh, I mean, they're made for each other, aren't they?
I've got two stretchy bracelets on that are just that size of bead, and they're just great. Just as
you never take them off, do you?
Never take them off. No.
She never takes her stretchies off, unless she's having a little tan.
Unless I'm having a spray tan, and then I have to take them off.
That is the only time you don't take them off in the shower, do you?
Nope.
You nudie doody.
Nope. Or even when I'm in the swimming pool, anything like that.
So it's just a spray tan.
Just a spray tan.
I've never had a spray tan. Never.
Never had a spray tan.
I've never had a facial. I'm not really a girl, I don't think. No, I don't. I think I'm some sort of weird.
You are.
Well, I've never had a spray tan. I've never bought a magazine.
I'm going to take you. You can have a spray tan and a facial.
Never had a facial.
You'll love it.
All right, I'll hold you to that. Vivette said, I bought the Not-a-bead. Sorry, the Not-a-bead. The Not-a-bead. The Not-a-bead. Do you mean the Not-a-bead? The Not-a-bead. So I bought the Not-a-bead. Sadly, direct and considerably more money than JM, and it is brilliant. Okay, well, great that you got it. Great that it's brilliant. Let's just scoot over the fact that brush that under the rug. Okay, that you paid more for it elsewhere, because that's a bit frustrating. But you know what? You got the tool. Let's focus on the positive. Let's focus on the positive. Phil, darling, that was 12. Now, will you pay attention? We did 12, didn't we? Didn't, no, do you know what? No, no, I love these. Don't worry, Phil, it's fine. Now, I made for my friend Anne, yes. I made for my, he just said, am I right and you're wrong? I just said yes. He's absolutely right, sorry, Phil. Phil's my producer. Now, I made my friend Anne a beautiful, if I may say so myself, garnet and spacer stretchy, and she wears it every day. Every day. And it was these that you could only used to get in one of our findings packs. You remember these, don't you? And when I spoke to Guest Designers, it was one of their favourites. Yeah. And these, I've never seen them sold separately. I tell you what, those in a stretchy look gorgeous.
do, make it more expensive looking.
They don't
Make
are.
anything that you're going to put them with, they just look more expensive.
They really, really do. Now, I'll give you an example. I've got coming up later, which Fleur can't stop gawping at, if you don't mind me saying.
I love those.
She loves these. Those, in between those. Now, would they be too small? Because because they're textured and because they'd still be okay.
Yeah, so you can still see all the texture.
Right.
It's better to have a smaller spacer or whatever you're using to punctuate each gemstone.
Okay, so it helps, does it, to go a little down a size? Okay, all right. So those carnelian we're doing for you. When are we going to do those, lovely? I'll tell you what, should we do it straight after? Shall we? Yeah, let's do it. Now these are gold, now these are posh, darlings. These are two precious metals, my loves. They're not base metal. They are gold plating over solid 925 sterling silver. And I'm saying that, when I say solid, I'm talking about 2.5 grams of silver in that parcel there. 2.5 grams. You think about that, that's an average, what? 1.5 to 2 grams in a whole 16, 18-inch sterling silver necklace with the clasp.
I bought a pendant that had to come for a bezel pendant, and it came with a chain, and I weighed the chain, it was 0.7 of a gram. 0.7.
Wow, really?
It was so lightweight, yeah. And so that's a chain, whereas I bet that's a few of those and you've got the same weight.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, they're beautifully made, yeah. They just are gorgeous. Just show you so you can see the edging as well, because they've got a nice sort of gauge to them. They've got this beautiful textured effect, and they're one of the highest, high-end looking spacers, and they're like a floral design. They're one of my favourites ever.
You can use these as well if you do a bubble style bracelet. If you put your head pin on first, then this, and then the gemstone, that will face outwards.
Oh, of course, yeah, that'd be nice actually,
use it
wouldn't
like
it?
that, so you can see again, like we were saying about the tiger's eye, using them flat on. You can see the whole beauty of that kind of design, that gemstone. Exactly the same with these spacers. You'll see the whole beauty of them.
Yeah, that's with your tiger's eye. Those tiger's eye went to the most ridiculous price tag. Didn't you go to, on the tiger's eye, Phil, $4.95? Yeah, he did. He took those tiger's eye, those natural, gorgeous presenter's pick tiger's eye, to $4.95. There are still some available on the website. So if you go to jewellerymaker.com, I don't know whether you want to pop them on the bottom of the screen, Phil, if you fancied getting involved with the show. It's going to tell me off in a minute. It's going to stop. Will you stop telling me what to do, woman?
That is a beautiful combination.
It is, isn't it?
That's a beautiful
it is with the tiger's eye. It is lovely. Bless him. He's popped it on the bottom of the show, bottom of the screen. He's lovely. We do love Phil. Can I just say, before anybody starts messaging me and telling me off for telling him off, I love him. Don't I, Phil? I love you, Phil. He's lovely. He is. He's absolutely adorable. Right then, should we do those carnelian for you, Kit? See, you could have gone off and switched your phone on, Fleur, by now.
No.
Could have had another hall pass. Now, I'm going to ask, before I even sort of start talking about carnelian, what is it about these that are winking at you in the studio?
I love carnelian because it's a really historic gemstone.
Yeah.
And I love all gemstones that have got a real root in history and historic jewellery, and carnelian is just one of those ones where the Egyptians absolutely adored it.
Yeah.
And the colour, there's just such a as you can see there, just different variations of that colour, from yellow to that really burnt orange, just gorgeous gemstone.
I tell you what Alison Terry did when she was on the show with us recently in the last couple of weeks. She actually colour graded them. So she had them going from sort of light to dark and vice versa, so that actually you could see the ombre variation. And I'll tell you what, it looked amazing when she colour graded it.
That would look absolutely beautiful.
It really did. You know, so she went from the light to the dark or vice. I can't remember which way round she did it actually, but you know, so we went from the sort of the lighter tones through to the sort of less orange, and then the really bright orange, and it looked amazing. It really did. That option as well. Yeah. So Fleur's quite right. When you go down to if you go down to the National History Museum down in central London, obviously other museums are available, and you go to the Tomb of the Mummies and the Egyptian location in the museum, you will see two gemstones that the Egyptians were absolutely fixated with, and it was a real big draw for the Egyptians. One is carnelian and one was lapis lazuli. And they are the two, when you go and look in all the jewellery cabinets alongside the mummies and the treasures, it's lapis lazuli and carnelian.
It is.
Yeah, and it really is a fascinating gemstone. It really, really is. It's going to go lovely with the kit we've got coming up. Really, really is as well. Massive carat weight of carnelian there. I mean, I dread to think what he's doing, because obviously the rhodonite was such a fantastic deal, sold out instantly. If you can get this under £10, Phil, you're doing exceptionally well, my love, because they are 12 mil. Now, don't worry, you can use these with the I keep want to go bead or not-a-bead. I'll get it right in a minute. The not-a-bead tool, because this will help you knot gemstones up to 16 mil in size. So these are 12 mil. So this will work with this not-a-bead tool, won't it?
I've got some demo beads and some Eslon to use, just so you can see easier as a demonstration. And you can see these are just peach moonstones, but you can see how just a gemstone and an Eslon looks absolutely beautiful.
It does.
And, you know, your 0.9 Eslons will go through your carnelians, because they look like they've got quite a good drill hole.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Or even a point, you know, the 0.6, 0.7, whatever threading material you have that'll go through.
Right.
And the knot stays on the outside. Look amazing.
Fantastic, and it will work. Now, how many of the tool have we got left, Phil? Okay, there are only 50 chances left, and we haven't had this tool since January. The tin cup tool that we're doing, the tin cup spacer tool that we're doing for you the next hour, we've never had on Jewellery Maker before. And Fleur cannot wait to show you the tin cup spacer tool. It's brilliant. But again, if you do want the not-a-bead tool, this not-a-bead tool, which is, you can get it now, it is available, NOBN18. We took it to, I think it was $14.95 for you, my lovelies, and I've got 50 left. Now, bearing in mind, I did start with 199. I've got less than 50 left, so 150 have gone. All right, so good luck on that, my darlings. So Phil has taken those fabulous carnelian 12 mil rounds. There are 20 left, my darlings. Lovely, lovely, beautiful variation of sort of really subtle honey tones and it's like a different variations of a fire opal almost, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Or sunstones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just lovely. Now, when I read the names out in the baskets, it's the basketeers going up against the phone, the people on the phone. Jenny, Yvonne, Jackie, Viv, Hazel, Angela, Toboson, just to mention a few. Margaret's just come in and had 2. Dora's just had 2. Peter's had 2. Margaret's had 2. Maxine's had 2. Sheila's had 2. A lot of you going for 2 each. Why wouldn't you?
At that price, you could have a full suite of jewellery. So you've got your earrings, your necklace, and your bracelet.
Because I tell you what, don't ever worry about a 12 mil being a stretchy, because it works great, doesn't it? People get a bit scared having sort of a 12 mil. I think it's a cracking size.
It looks beautiful, and it looks great as an accent, as a centre gemstone as well. So if you had one of those, and then say the tiger's eye either side, you know, you'd only need like probably 3 in the middle of one of each of the different variations.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well done, congratulations. And they have sold out, darlings. All right, my lovelies, they have sold out, okay? Right then, now, shall we stick with the Egyptian theme? Now, you know you've just got the carnelian, and we talked about the other gemstone being lapis lazuli, didn't we? Okay, got a treat for you. How nice are they, look? Now, when I've spoken to gents in my family and gents in my sort of circle of friends, a lot of them say their favourite is lapis lazuli. A lot of gents. So if you're talking about sort of gents jewellery, that's a cracking strand, because it's not. And there you go. Can you imagine doing a full Egyptian themed collection, having those natural, believe it or not, that colour, that natural lapis lazuli, really cool cylinder tube as a spacer with those carnelian? Wouldn't that look wicked?
Or you could have a ladder style bracelet with those as the centre ladder, or like a Cleopatra collar.
Yeah.
Anything that you're going to create like a fan shape.
Yeah.
They're I've never seen those before. They are amazing.
They're ace, aren't they?
They're absolutely beautiful.
They are about as cool a strand. And let me hold those out for you, look. I tell you what, they're so smooth. Fleur.
And Gemma did a demonstration, it's quite a few years ago now, where she actually made like an Art Deco fan shape going around the neckline, and she used these kind of tubes, and you put more beads on the bottom than you do on the top, and it sort of like makes that nice sort of like Art Deco look.
Oh, wow.
So if it's, it's an Art Deco kind of design you wanted to look for, but they're great just as earrings, just one single drop.
Yeah.
Or that's all you need, in a head pin, and then just your wrap loop at the top.
Yeah, they are cool. And they've got this lovely smoothness about them. That shock of royal blue. They're not heated, they're not treated, they're completely, it says there, look, we're so impressed with that, we've even put it in the graphics there for you. They are natural. They are natural. Now, how many do I left? We haven't got many of these, have we? Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry. 36. Now, Denise has just said Mark Smith railway bracelet. Now, I'm lucky enough to own a railway bracelet by Mark Smith in rainbow hematite, and I love it. And it looks like a railway track. So that's exactly how that would work, a railway bracelet. Yeah, great idea, Denise. Brilliant idea. So, yeah, I'll see if I can remember to bring that in tomorrow, actually. That's really, really lovely. So £12.95 for that great strand. Now, message for our lovely Fleur from Jilly. Hello, Jilly Susie. She said, what's it? Good evening, girls. Oh, we'll have that, won't we?
We will.
We'll have that, won't we,
yes.
Leah? Girls, Fleur.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jilly Sue. Jilly Susie, she said, can I ask, you can ask anything you like, my darling. Can I ask if the Not-a-bead is easy to use? Would my 12-year-old Josie be able to use it? Well, Fleur, you've used it, so what do you think?
Yes, yeah, definitely, because there's no the point of the actual pin is hidden in the thing. There's no point that you're going to like cut yourself, or it's not like a sharp awl.
Okay.
So no, a child will be able to use this. 12-year-old definitely. I would definitely give this to Neve to use, and my Neve's 14.
Okay.
So yeah, definitely.
No problems at all.
No problem.
Right, there you go. So Jilly Susie, what's it? The answer is for your lovely Josie, absolutely, and it's gone to £14.95. Now, how many have we now got left, Phil? Because this. Less than 40 now. Okay, we had 199. All right, my lovelies, 159 have gone. We're down to less than 40. In half an hour, our lovely guest is on a Fleur-tastic is going to demo that for us, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Fleur. Right then, my lovelies, I've got a limited star buy coming for you. I won't tell you what it is. You can have a little wait and see. These are lovely. Very, very limited. First come, first served. In fact, I'd start checking out now if I was you. You see how quickly things are checking out today and selling out. Code is CNRU14, sky blue. Oh, no way. That can't be right, Phil. This is sky blue apatite, sweetie. Fleur, no way.
That's virgin on neon as well, isn't it?
Like
the colour's so vibrant. Wow. With the carnelian. If you've got the carnelian, you need this one.
Oh, that's a nice idea. Yeah. He's got £6.95. Oh, do you know, I wouldn't have thought of that, but actually, yeah, like that. Yeah, I wouldn't have dreamed of doing that, and I really like that.
And the piece that you'd be able to create with any of those would be, but at that price for that.
It's ridiculous. Would you like it with those to go a little bit more, a little bit less colour block? That's nice.
That's nice.
That's nice. Is that Amazonite, Phil? Gosh, that's gorgeous. Now, the sky blue apatite, which, if you don't mind me saying, is a giveaway, if you don't mind me saying, is £6.95. Now, we don't usually ever get to see sky blue apatite at such a ridiculous price tag. Now, we only had 36 available. Sheila in Washington, we've got all our cousins coming in from across the pond. Celine, hello darling, haven't seen you for a while in California. All getting 2 each, so already just 3 people, it took it down to less than 30. So Vivette and Martin and Joan and Nina and Jacqueline and Susan and a collector in Gloucestershire as well. They are spectacular. I'll tell you what as well, they're going to go lovely with the kit, aren't they? Now, would you put it with the white pearls or the
I would put it with the white pearls, and I would also use some of the threaded material that's by the side of you. I'd use the grey.
Ah, do you mean some of this threading material that we've got coming in, my lovelies? Yes, we would never dream of bringing the Not-a-bead tool, the Tin Cup Spacer tool, a fantastic pearl kit without giving you not one, not two, not three, not four, but a whole 5 of the beautiful threads, those gorgeous natural silks for you, okay? Do you see what I mean? We've got bundles galore. Tell you what, we've got to give a round of applause to our buying team at the end of the show today, because they've excelled themselves today with these incredible tools, so they really do. So yes, you do, and also 3 strands of pearls coming up in Fleur's next kit, haven't we, darling? And some silver.
Some sterling silver.
Yes, some gorgeous sterling silver. Those appetites, now then. Oh, hello, Peter. You just had 2. Well done in Suffolk. There are 4 chances left, I'm afraid. That's it. 4 chances. So if you do want them, you know what to do, don't you? 3 ways to buy. 0800 644 655 for the call centre. Press option 1, straight through. All accredited jewellery professionals, very helpful. Or if you want to do it yourself, bit of self-service, JewelleryMaker.com. Or you might be one of those people that goes to the fast lane till. You know the one that you do yourself? I don't. I hate them. Oh, I
They
can't
take
work 'em.
forever.
Oh, they drive me mad, Fleur. They drive me mad.
You've removed something from your basket.
You haven't put it in your basket. I have. Put it in your basket. You don't want to put it in your I'll put it in my basket.
Are you waiting for 10 minutes for somebody to come and press the buttons?
Yeah, and it's flashing, isn't it? And you stand there, and it's basically going, div, div, div. And you stood there going, oh dear me, you got to laugh, haven't you? Is anybody else hopeless at Are you hopeless at them?
Absolutely. And our local little supermarket one has just got two of those checkouts. And I always have a queue. I keep going, I'm really sorry, I have scanned it, I'm really sorry.
Sometimes I occasionally try, just so I don't, just to better myself. I embarrass myself every time. These. I know what I'll put with these. Can I show you with these? Black obsidian. You love black obsidian, don't you? And black and golden obsidian. I've got to show these. Come on.
That's beautiful.
With the rhodonites, with the black dendrite veins in there.
And the prehnite. I think I put the prehnite.
Yeah, the prehnite on the other. Now I'm going to take the rhodonites away because I don't want to upset anyone. Everybody going, oh, can I get them today, Beryl? No, because I've got any left. We do have the fabulous prehnite. That would go lovely. We do have some of the tiger's eye left. That would go lovely with those hearts as well, wouldn't it, with the obsidian? Yeah. So we've just proved that it goes with prehnite. We've proved that the black obsidian goes with the tiger's eye, goes well with the rhodonite. It's going to go great with the Amazonite. Now, isn't there a brand new show coming? Well, I say brand new, but a brand new series of a show coming out, which has got thrones and games in it, and it's relaunching Monday.
So excited.
You were a watcher, are you? I gave up at the pilot. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. Well, I struggled with the pilot. I didn't. So watch another one. Okay.
Watch them all.
Okay, all right.
Watch them all.
Okay, I keep being told that I need to. Just aren't there like 97 series? I like to go out.
Yeah, but you watched all of the Walking Dead one.
Oh, I did watch all the Walking Dead. Yeah, to be fair. Yeah. And I watched 6 series in about a few weeks.
Yeah, I did as well.
Yeah. Other series are available. Oh, I was watching Fearless last night. That's really good. I stayed up until 2 o'clock this morning watching that. Anyway, Jewellery Maker. We have black obsidian. Oh, I tell you what, they are sexy. I don't often say it. Look at the polish. Look at the level of polish on that sheer black of the obsidians. Aren't they beautiful, Fleur?
Yeah, I didn't think that you could. I personally love Spinella's my favourite black gemstone.
Yeah.
I think this is a very, very. This is almost like a dead heat.
Very, yeah.
Because it's got that expensive look.
It really, it's glossy, it's silky, they're sexy, they've got this incredible luster, they've got that high polish, and they're just gorgeous, aren't they? The obsidian, gorgeous. That is completely natural as well. I mean, isn't it incredible that Mother Nature can deliver, and our planet can deliver something so sharp. It's a crisp black, isn't it? It's just stunning. Nice size hearts as well as, you know, 14 mil, they're whoppers.
Thinking as well of like things like bag charms, that kind of thing, you know, for teachers' gifts. And I know that schools are breaking up next week.
Yeah,
but you know, for like little bag charms, that kind of thing. If you're doing any summer fates.
Key rings.
Yeah, little key rings, those kind of things. They're absolutely beautiful. Yeah. And you get lots on there as well.
You do? Should we find out? Do you know, I'm 2 hours 40 minutes into the show. I don't think I've done a count, have I?
Not done a count yet.
That's not like me, is it? No. Well, let's rectify that right now then. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 29, my age.
Oh, you're a year older than me.
Oh, you got to. Whenever I do. Also, when I go on these tills in these supermarkets and I buy alcohol, I always go, "Do you want my ID?" They're all like, "No." Or they look at you, the kids like, they're like, "What do I say?"
I got ID'd a couple of months ago. Yeah, I had to buy a kitchen knife.
You got ID'd?
For a kitchen knife. You have to be 25. And I thought they were joking. And he wasn't joking.
Oh, bless
Luckily,
him.
I had my driving licence. And I said, I'm old enough to be your mum.
Had you got glasses?
But yeah, I think yeah. He wasn't very
That's
old.
even better though if he's got glasses on, because then even with glasses he thought you were still less than 25. That's brilliant.
Well, I just think he might have been told off by his supervisor for not checking IDs on the kitchen.
No, take the fact that you got ID. Did you get ID'd or not?
Yeah, I did.
Exactly,
I had to show my driving
that.
licence.
Don't start questioning it. Just I got ID'd. Oh, it's hilarious. So 29 hearts on there, beautiful, big. And I tell you what, they go nice with the carnelian because the carnelian were big as well, weren't they? So you could, that'd be nicely balanced, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and with the black obsidian hearts as well, you could choose whatever kind of colour threading material. Seen for tomorrow, there's some amazing Eslons knocking around behind the scene there.
That on the morning
pink
show.
one, yeah. So whatever colour you put with that, because it's a great backdrop, it's going to go perfectly.
That's lovely, beautiful. $8.95. Well done on those. They're gorgeous. Congratulations. Now, tools of the trade. We haven't done any tools this hour, have we? Well, apart from the Not-a-bead tool, which we had to do early because it wasn't on pre-order, was it, the little monkey? So, which one should we do first? Phil Stadilster? The round nose, yeah? Okay. Here they are. So, we're giving everybody and every price point, hopefully, a real different selection of tools today. Now, these are round nose pliers. They're 5-inch round nose pliers, specially designed to make it really, really easy to create, so we were talking about earlier, round loops in wire, and your simple loop, your double wrapped loop that you might have heard us talk about. If you can see here, look, if I can hold my hand behind those, both jaws are conical, and they're shaped a little bit like you'd expect like an ice cream cone. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I could just have an ice cream now, an ice cream cone. And they are used to pry open jump rings and other findings as well, aren't they?
They are. You use them for all your looping techniques.
Yep.
And any curves, if you think about your wire writing or your intricate wire work, when you want to make those curves and make those petal shapes, these are perfect.
Brilliant. Again, they've got the little spring in the centre there as well. Look, so there's your spring. Look, can you see if I put my hand behind? There you go. So again, once you press and release, it opens up for you. You haven't got to do it for you. So that's, again, brilliantly made. Now, not everybody can stretch to the Zeron. Not everybody can. And these are your proper workhorses. These are great. How many pairs? We've only got 99. And 99, do you get it? Do you get it?
I don't get it.
Ice cream cones,
Oh,
99. I thought that was quite good. Anyway, £3.95. Now, Fleur, not being funny, because I struggle with this. Can you explain that price point?
Not at all.
No.
I can't. No.
No.
Correct.
Leah, can you explain that price point? No. Sam? No. So nobody can help me. Can you? £3.95.
Can I give you a few handy hints about how you store your tools as well? Because I think it's really important how you store your tools.
Yes. Shall I give you? Do you need them in your hand? No. Oh, okay. I'll stay where I am then. Okay. Right. Over to you for tip-tastic on tools, Fleur.
If they get a little bit sticky, and that tends to be when do you know they release quite nicely now?
Come here. You need them. You need them to demo.
So, if they stop this kind of action, okay. So if they stop this kind of action, okay. What you need to do is pop a little bit of vegetable oil, or you know the spray vegetable oil.
Oh, like the one? Oh, can you?
Just pop a little bit in there, because if you don't store these, if you just store these in a really dry environment, or they're wet and then you let them dry, they might go a little bit rusty. So you just put a little bit of vegetable oil in there, and then do you know those little those silicone sachets that you get in your new handbag and your shoes?
Oh, yeah.
Pop one of those in your drawer where you keep your tools, or in your little pencil case, something like that, and it draws all the moisture out of the air, and it keeps your tools perfect to use every single time.
Do you know, one of those little silica bags has just dropped out of something I was picking up, so I threw it away.
Yeah, no, always keep them. Always keep them. Whatever tools you've got, whatever metalworking tools you have, always put a few of those in your drawer.
That's a great idea.
And it keeps the moisture away, because obviously metal and moisture, if it dries out too quick, it could go rusty. If it goes a little bit stiffer when to open and close them, just pop a little bit of the spray oil into this section here, and like you would do with your...
I do that with my secateurs in the garden shed. I do it with those,
your gardening tools, exactly the same. So yeah, that just and then they'll last you a long, long time.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Look how little I look at here.
Thank you, thank you. Now, I've got to check with my director, because I ran over early and he didn't like the camera shots, so hang on. Am I allowed to go now? Can I go now? Can I go? I can go now. Right, I'm allowed to go now.
Sorry for dragging you over.
It's okay, it's all right.
Got you told off.
You did get me told off, but you know, I should know better. What do you mean Davina McCall wouldn't do that? Oh, he's so cheeky. I'll tell you what, I bet she doesn't know about round nose pliers though. No. I'll bet she doesn't. I was in the same room as Davina McCall a couple of years ago. Oh, she's not sorry. I didn't hear what he said anyway. Right then, other presenters are available that know how to work the cameras apparently. Right then, so another set of pliers for you. These are your 5-inch side cutter pliers with your comfort grip again. Okay, so these are, as we can say, we've got these comfort grip, nice and again, like Fleur's taught us now. Look, you've got the section that you've got that sort of where you can put your sort of non-slip, and you're nice and comfortable to put your little thumb in there. It's perfectly, doesn't it? Yep, so you've got those, and they're perfect for neatly cutting and trimming any wire and beading thread. Is that fair to say, Fleur?
They are, yeah.
Yep.
They're perfect.
So, are you going to go naughty on these as well, Phil? Lowest, was that lowest price ever we just did at £3.95? Was it? Going to match it? He's going to match it. He's going to cut the price. Did I even get a little symbol? Oh, thanks. Thanks. I had a good joke the other day. What was it now? Hang on, about the cheese. What? Was it something like, how did Mr. Cheese paint his wife? How did Mr. Cheese paint his wife?
I don't know.
He double glossed her.
I'm not laughing.
I love it.
That's really rubbish.
I like that joke so much I wrote it down on a little sticky piece of paper in my kitchen.
Can that be my token clean joke that I know that I can tell?
Yeah, because it's about the only one I've got. Oh dear, sorry. So, do you have these?
I do. Not with me, not at the moment.
I tell you what these are good for as well. You know, like you do all your workshops.
Yeah.
So if you,
yeah.
And like, I'm not being funny, but if you're working with, especially like if you're trying to get your kids, or you're trying to get your grandkids or your godchildren or that kind of thing, or people involved as a hobby, you're not always going to jump straight to the Zeron and the beadalons. You're going to start with your...
Yeah, I wouldn't buy the Zeron and beadalon, say, for my children.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's quite a big outlay for 3 children and 3 little sets of tools.
Well, yeah.
For these, they're
That's
perfect.
what I mean. So, like, when I've got my next door neighbour's kids coming round and my niece and nephew coming round, they want to make jewellery, I'd be panicking about giving them my Zeron. I'm not being in case they dropped them or I press
lost them.
Yeah, I damaged them or accidentally cut the memory wire. So something like this, I wouldn't worry.
No. These, and they're great as well if you teach in I don't know, brownies, guides,
oh gosh,
WIs,
that's a great idea.
So if you need to buy 10 pairs because you're teaching 10 people, you know, that can be quite a big outlay if you're spending, you know, £15 a pair, whereas at that price
Cups
you can afford.
Is it beavers and are they still all going, and brownies and guides and all that? Yeah. And sort of, you know, what a great, like the WI and things, and you know, guest speakers and things. That was a great idea to use these. Oh, I like that.
Or even make and takes at your stand. So if you've got a little craft stall, just a few little make and takes, you'll make your own pair of earrings and that kind of thing. Really good. And you don't want, you know, people using your best tools. You want them to use, you know, the £15 tools, where you can get these ones, which are just as good. You know, they cut just exactly the same, your beading thread.
Yeah. That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Brilliant, £3.95, fantastic. So there you go. Now, can we have Phil? I'm worried because obviously Fleur's going to be doing a demo on this tool that we haven't seen since January this year. So it's been 7 months since we've seen this wonderful Not-a-bead tool, which Fleur, we started with 199. I've got 19 left. 19 left. We'll pop it back after the break. And also, Fleur, I'll give you the code actually in case you don't know. N for Nelly, NOBN 18. Okay, we've gone to $14.95. Not been seen since January 2016. Do be quick on that one because there's 17 left now. Okay, 17 left. All right, my darlings. And our lovely Fleur is going to do a demo for you after the break. All right. Oh, now we're talking. Oh, Fleur. Oh, now do you know what? I took these outside at the garden party to show. Jude was one of our lovely audience members that we had. And I showed her these outside in the sunlight and she fell in love with them, Jude did. Baltic Cognac Amber Cabochons. 5 left, I'm afraid. You get 10 of them. Aren't they stunning, Fleur-tastic?
They're beautiful, and because they're all the same shape as well, so if you've got a design in mind and you want to replicate it 10 times,
exactly,
you can with this.
Exactly. We're talking about each one of those Baltic, oh gosh, we're way over allocated already, being £2 each. In fact, just less than. They've all got these stunning, if I just pick another one up for you, these stunning inclusions, which is where the value is. They've got those beautiful reds, those golds, those electrifying tones. This is one of the most one of the most collectible colours of cognac, of Baltic amber on the planet. It's the best amber you can buy from the Baltics. It is the very best because it's had a minimum of 40 million years to solidify. There are 2 chances left, I'm afraid, on these. Celine, congratulations. Patricia, congratulations. June, congratulations. There's 1 chance left now. There's June in London. There's June in Hertfordshire. There's a collector just come in to get those as well. Congratulations. £2. I can't imagine anywhere that you can get, other than Jewellery Maker, £2 a cabochon for Baltic amber. The best.
I was at somewhere yesterday. They were selling single bead gemstones, just like little beads, and they were £3, and they were for agates. That was just one. And
really?
And
I still think that's a great price. Yeah. I genuinely do. I think that's a cracking price. So, yeah, I really do. See, how long have we got? Because how long have we got? Shouldn't say that, should I? I really need the toilet. I needed the toilet at 8 o'clock. Now then, speaking of the Egyptians, Cleopatra, the pharaoh, rather liked a little cheeky emerald as well, didn't she?
She had her own mine.
She did have her own mine. She had her own lapis lazuli. She liked mines as well, actually. She did. She was a right little greedy minx. We've got here a natural emerald, Brazilian emerald. I do like the tone of Brazilian emerald. It's very, very unique, actually. It's a really different colour. It's just a real favourite. If you think about it, you know, most gemstones only have one wedding anniversary as a gemstone. Emerald is applicable to 3. The 20th year married, the 35th and the 55th year. Aren't many gemstones that can sort of boast 3 wedding anniversary years.
And a birthday.
And a birthstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a birthstone. What month do we know?
It's May.
It's Mike.
It's my daughter's.
It's not June, is it? It's May. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Yeah. So beautiful, beautiful emerald, completely natural. She's had a cedarwood oiling. That's all it's had, and it's going under £10. I still, those lovely spaces that we had earlier in the gold. Yeah, that looked lovely. I've got beauty. I mean, £8.95. I still a £10 note. I mean, I went into my local supermarket. In fact, I tell you what. I say I went in. I did go in because you know when they send you. I don't know if you get the same thing as me, but they notice, don't you, what you buy, and they say, oh, don't miss out on these offers. And they sent me a bottle of bubbly that was a third off. And it was still more expensive than that, and it wasn't champagne.
I love the fact that it was alcohol.
Well, yeah.
It's not toilet roll.
Actually, that's not good, is it? It was, you know, the 3 offers were all alcohol. Do you know what it is? I buy presents for people. I genuinely don't really drink alcohol at home. But every time I go out to somebody's house, I do take a present. 'Cause I think that's the least you can do. Although this morning when I went to my brother's for a full English breakfast, I took a bottle of sauce. I rang him up my favourite brand. I said, have you got my favourite brand of sauce? He went, no, all right, bring a bottle.
Still a bottle, though.
Yeah, still take a bottle. No, I left it there. Well, I didn't take the full one. I took the, left it there. Full English. I never have a full English. It was such a treat. Normally I have fresh fruit and yoghurt, no-fat yoghurt. It was a right treat, it was. I had ash browns and everything. Oh,
full works.
Oh, I had the full works. Yeah, it was lovely. Well done, everybody. Stephen is Somerset's just had 2. Good for you, Stephen. Good for you, my darling. June and Joan are on the phone, so well done, June and Joan. Viv's coming into the mix and collectors as well. £8.95. Fantastic. Well done. Well done. Right then. Now the Zerons. Have we got any Zerons left? Yeah, not many. Which one do you want me to show again? Well, we'll go with the cutters. Okay, so the Maxi shear short-handled, fantastic flush cutters that we've got, the shears that we've been talking about, how they actually shear as opposed to a compression cut, so they make it nice and really clean cut. These are the Maxi shear with the shorter handles, so again, especially for people, not necessarily just people with smaller hands, but I certainly have got quite small hands, and I love the fact that they've got the shorter handle, because I just find them really comfortable. These have gone to £15.95 now. We haven't seen these since the 26th of February, and they are going very, very quickly indeed. Have we got a number of how many we've got left, Phil? Okay, we started with 200, we've got less than 40 left. All right, so those are the Maxi shear. They're absolutely amazing. Also, we have got for you the round nose in the Zeron. These haven't been seen since the 9th of March this year. So again, April, May, June, July, 4 months we've waited for the round nose. And we started with 150 of these. We went to £14.95 on those. They are amazing as well. In addition, we also have the poor little things, the Stubby flat nose pliers, which are Fleur's favourite when she's working with chainmail. She absolutely adores these for chainmail because they have got the most fantastic grip, super extra fine tip, super sturdy with the alloy. And we're talking about just £14.95 on those. Again, not been seen since the 3rd of March this year, so do be quick on the pliers because they're going really, really quickly. Fantastic. Now, the good news is everybody's waiting. The Not-a-bead tool is about to be shown how to be used after the break with a fantastic pearl kit, sterling silver, pearl, silk, thread and the tin cup spacer tool as well.
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today.
Our brand new Get Started with Jewellery Maker page has been created to provide help and guidance for jewellery making newbies. If you need design suggestions, hints and tips, or help with perfecting your jewellery designs, we're here to help. Head over to facebook.com/getstartedwithjm, where our talented in-house designers are happy to answer your jewellery making questions, offer inspiration and get you started in your jewellery making journey. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
At Jewellery Maker, we are always looking at ways to provide you with a fantastic shopping experience. With this in mind, we'd like to welcome you to our new pre-order option. Selected items throughout the day will be put on display and made available for pre-order. When the presenter informs you that the pre-order service is available on an item, this is your chance to pop it into your online basket or speak to one of our brilliant call centre team members and be one of the first to secure your purchase.
Buying from Jewellery Maker couldn't be easier. When we bring an item to you, all the graphics come on screen, and this gives you all the information that you will need to know, from the item code to the product description with all of the key information. Then the price comes on, and whether you join at the beginning or at the end of the offer, everyone pays the final on-screen price. So, when you see an item that you would like to buy, simply pick up the phone and dial our free phone number and you'll get through to our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, you can join us at www.jewellerymaker.com and start your jewellery making journey today. Jewellery Maker, the one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck.
You can watch us every day 8 AM till 10 PM on Sky, Virgin and Freesat, and every day from 8 AM till 1 PM on Freeview.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker. Did you know that if you go to jewellerymaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you'll receive 10% off your first order with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, theme shows, program guides and Jewellery Maker tutorials. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Hello my lovelies, welcome back to Jewellery Maker with myself, the Late Show crew and our fantastic guest designer Fleur. Now we only have about 15 left of these, this incredible Not-a-bead tool. 10 left. Sorry, 10 left, I do apologise, 10 left. The reason we had to do them a little bit early is because we did offer to Leah and Reg, somebody messaged in saying they had to go out, and we said that we put them on pre-order, and the pre-order failed. So much as we'd offered, we had to then launch this a little bit earlier, but there are 10 left, so that's the good news. 189 have gone so far. There are 10 chances left, my lovelies, okay? Now this is the, I'm going to hand over to Fleur in a moment, but quite simply, this is to help you knot
Yeah, it's
in
a
between
knotting
pearls.
station.
Yeah, a knotting station.
A knotting
I like that
station.
word. A knotting station. And the idea is, if you get this tool for $14.95, it should help you to create the perfect knot. With really easy step-by-step instructions, and there is a full Not-a-bead tutorial which can be found on the beadalon.com website. It comes with explicit instructions, doesn't it?
It does, and in lots of languages as well.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, 3 different languages.
Lots of different
And
languages
pictures
as well.
So if you're like me, if you're a visual
I like
learner,
pictures.
it's the pictures that I
Yeah.
sort of like. And I specifically had never used this tool before last Monday. I got this tool last Monday, and I didn't look at any sort of YouTube videos or anything.
Just the instructions.
I just used these instructions, just so that I knew that I could say that the instructions are comprehensive and that they, without a demonstration, you would be able to use it just from what you get in the box, if you like.
Okay.
But yeah, we're going to do a demo as well, just
Brilliant.
so you've got the two to go together.
Now, we're saying that with this kit now, what I did, it has sold out, by the way. Now, we're going to do a demo with Fleur in a moment, but Fleur was mentioning earlier that you can use it with lots of different knottable materials. Now, excuse the fact that it's on a piece of paper, but I just went onto the website and I just printed off the list that you can use it with. And we're talking about, there you go, look, Brady, cords, cotton, dandelion, hemp, imitation leather, linen cord, nylon, polythread, satin cord, silk, sinew, suede, sparkle thread, twine, wax cord, wildfire and wire. Also, hi.
I've just brought some of the things that we do at Jewellery Maker here as
brilliant,
well.
the zari,
Anything
the rope.
anything that you can, any sort of like cord, fabric you can knot with. You can even
It's
knot
brilliant,
with ribbon.
isn't it?
Yeah, you can
Really?
knot with ribbon as well. Yeah.
Wicked. The lovely thing is as well, now let me just quote here, because I just want to make sure as well, any shape bead up to 16 mil. 16 mil, very impressive. And if, can you just show that again? Because those knots that you did are so, it means that you can get the knots right snug to the gemstone, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it, like I say, there's lots of different ways to knot beads, lots of techniques. We do a few here as well. Sometimes your dexterity limits you in what you can actually hold and sort of like push a pearl together and pull the silk. This is just a really simple way of actually knotting pearls where there's not a lot of pressure on your hands. The only pressure on your hand is to pull the knot tight and then just to pull the lever, and that's the only sort of like dexterous sort of like movements that you have to be able to use. And it's on a spring, so it's quite easy.
So you've got a retractable oil.
Yeah.
You've got the yoke section, and then it keeps your hands free to be able to.
Yeah, it does.
I tell you what, then, with all due respect, we have got the absolute wizard and she is the absolutely phenomenal. We'll talk to you about a workshop she's got coming up shortly as well. But Fleur won the workshop of the year last year, as voted for by you, on pearl knotting. So if there's anybody that can demonstrate this tool, it's this fantastic lady. So I'm gonna stop and hand over to you, if that's okay.
Okay, so just for the pure demonstration, because we know that sometimes pearls and silk are very difficult to see on screen, like I use with the chainmail, I sort of supersize everything up.
Okay.
So I'm using just some 10mm beads and some 0.9 Eslon. Okay. So the aim of the game when you're knotting anything with any kind of material is to keep the knot on the outside of the drill hole. So your drill hole, your bead must go snugly onto your material, so when you form the knot, it stays on the outside of the bead and not go down inside the drill hole of the bead.
Okay.
So whatever you're going to knot, just make sure that your threading material is sort of like the correct gauge. There's lots of different gauges that I could have used. I could have gone down a size and the knot would still have been absolutely fine. If I'd have used a very fine silk, the knot would have gone down a size. So that's the only sort of like parameters that you've got when you're knotting. Just make sure that your beads go onto your threading material and the knot stays on the outside. Okay. Usually when we're pearl knotting, we always say to add each pearl individually. With this machine or this little knotting station, we can pre-load all of our gemstones on there, because we're not actually going to knot with the bit that's got the loose gemstones on.
That's good, isn't it?
So it saves a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And also as well, if you wanted to do a pattern and you don't know what it's going to look like until it's knotted in place. You could lay out your pattern, and then all you're going to do is pop your knots in between, so you can see your pattern before you've even started. So it's not a sort of like trial and error that you're going to have to stop and cut it up. You can see your pattern before you start. Okay, so I'm going to do one of the knots on the overhead, and I'm going to try and turn it round to camera 2 so you'll be able to see it a little bit more close up. Okay, so what I've done is I've just popped a knot on the end here, because we're not going to show you how to attach a clasp. So I've on the pieces that I've done for the kit, I've used the wire guardians, which I think we've got coming up tomorrow. So I've just used a wire guardian. So you're going to pop your fastener, however you want to put the fastener on here, pop your fastener on first, but I've just popped a knot on there just to sort of like secure it in place. And I've also popped a knot on the other side as well, so that they don't fall off, because then it'll look silly. So what we're going to do is, this is the section here that we're going to use. So if I just twist it a little bit. So this section here, this little gap here, okay? This section here is for me to hold on to the actual tool itself.
Like a handle.
So it's very ergonomically designed. So it's not fiddly. You can actually, it's got something to purchase onto. So I'm going to take my first bead and I'm going to pop it onto that kind of that knotting awl there. You can see. Okay, and it's going to come down around to the front. Now with so this is the end with the clasp on. This is my loose end with all the beads on. I'm going to make an overhand loop. So if you like, it's like a number 4. So if I just hold it in that kind of, so I've just crossed it over the top into like a number 4 that you can see there. So if I just move that up there. So you can see there, so it's come around and down. I'm now going to bring my bead and pop it through to create my overhand knot, so you can see the cross there, like you would do when you're tying your shoelaces. I'm now just going to pop the bead towards the back and drop it down the back. I'm not going to let it go any further up to the end here, and all I'm going to do is pull that nice and tight, okay? So can you see the tension that I've got there? The bead's now standing up. So I'm going to take it now over to that yoke, this section here, and I'm pulling it back towards the little button. So as I pull it back, I'm just putting a little bit of tension on there. With my other hand, I'm just pulling the button and releasing, and that has created the first knot.
Oh, that is brilliant.
So you can see that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my next bead and I'm going to push the knot even tighter. Okay, so you can really push that knot down and use that second bead just to push that knot down. And you've now got the knot, so it's not actually moving around. Okay, so I'm going to do my next one now. So I'm going to try and do it a little bit more towards the camera as well, just so you can see. Okay, so again, now I'm going to take the bit that I've already knotted. That goes through the closed loop, so the loop with the awl. I bring that round to the front. Cross, so I'm using my left hand to cross over and create that number 4 or that kind of loop, bring my pearls or my beads through, and then as I lift it, as I'm pulling that tighter, I'm just popping them back through the back because they need to go on the back. And as I pull it nice and tight, if I just turn it round to camera 2, okay, you can now see how nice and tight that is. So I'm now going to slip that cord over to that yoke, and again I'm pulling it nice and tight.
That's called the yoke, isn't it?
The yoke, and you know when you've got this tight enough because they won't move. There's no, so if I was to release that, can you see how they're looser? But you need to just give it a little pull. Once you've got the tension there, all you're going to do is slide your knotting awl across, and that's then created your next knot. And then again, just to make sure that knot's nice and tight, I'm going to use my next bead just to give it another little push. When you're using a silk as well, when we do the silk bundle in a second, I'll talk to you a little bit more about how silk is a natural fibre and it has got a natural stretch. So by stretching it and pushing down as well, you're taking out a lot of that natural stretch. Okay, so we're going to do one more. So again, I'll just keep it to the side if that's okay, if you can see okay there.
I'd say I'd get one, but they've sold out.
So I'm looking at this area again, so my knotting station, if you like. The beads go through the back and come underneath. I bring my left hand, because I'm right-handed, so I'm using my left hand, bring that over the top. Sorry, I just moved it. And then let the beads go down through the middle to create my overhand knot. pull it nice and tight, and as you pull it tight, just let the beads go through the back. As you pull it up towards the loop at the top, so I'm pulling it towards the top of that knotting tool, you can see how tight those beads are going there. Again, bringing it over to the yoke, give it a nice tight pull. Now at this point, if you don't get those beads nice and tight, your knot won't be as tight. Okay, so leaving the pressure there. And I'm not putting a lot of pressure, I'm not really pulling it. I'm just putting the tension enough to keep that bead nice and taut. And you can see that it's nice and tight behind there. And as I pull that back and pull, I've got my next knot in place.
I'm sold.
And it's as simple as that, and it's, you know, it's a nice quick way of knotting. You're going to get a consistent knot because you're knotting all, you're using the same part of the knotting all every single time. So you're keeping that nice consistency all the way through, you're keeping the tension all the way through. At this point, if your hands get a little bit fatigued, because sometimes when you learn a new technique, your hands fatigue quicker.
Because you're tenser,
I could leave this now and I've got exactly the same tension every single time that I pick this up. This necklace may take me 2 or 3 days. I might only do 5 beads a day, and they're going to be exactly the same tension because of this kind of technique here. Okay, it's really stable. And now, if it was on a slippy surface, it may move around a little bit. So just because it's got little grips on the bottom, so it's got these little grips.
Put it on something non-slip.
I prefer it onto the macrame board. So if you have got a macrame board, it's absolutely fantastic onto the macrame board, or a wooden table, something like that. And it's a really, really structural piece of kit. It's
fantastic.
Brilliant.
Now, if you got that, brilliant demo, thank you, and well done, sold out, you got the lot. Now, we've only got 50 of these left. Oh gosh, right. Now this is going to look like I've got the instructions, which Fleur's going to show you. They fold down very small into that. Now this is going to look like the oddest, almost nondescript tool, but as you said, it's very mighty.
It is. It's small but mighty.
Small but mighty. Okay. So what we've got here this is what is called the tin cup spacer, and it is for the Not-a-bead as well. So this is fantastic. So you can use the Not-a-bead spacers to make a tin cup necklace design. Now you might be thinking, what on earth is a tin cup necklace design? The tin cup necklace design, now when you think about it, pearls are often associated with leading ladies and classic stars of cinema. A lady called Rennie Russo in a Kevin Costner film called The Tin Cup wore a necklace like this. And this necklace took on a whole following. I mean, it really, really did. It was the undisputed 3rd star of the 1996 romantic comedy called Tin Cup, and it was this pearl necklace that Rennie Russo wore. The demand for that tin cup pearl necklace blossomed and was echoed by jewellers all over the planet, and to this day the name stays the same, the tin cup necklace, because of the movie, because of how amazingly popular this necklace was. It's also called the floating or the station necklace, and that's the idea, and it's absolutely gorgeous. So Fleur is in love with this tool, and this is, believe it or not, this is the variation. Now you can do it in 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch. You slide the silk, and again, are you going to show us how to use this? Brilliant. Slide the silk in between the foam, snug it up to the bead, and then you use the tool to tie against the spacer. So you can use those spacers with the bead along, not at all as well.
You can, so you can use them with the knot at all. It shows you all the instructions of how to use them in the knot at all. And something that I love to do as well is to look at the different languages and see what all the words are in different languages.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
How much of a child I am.
And they fold down into these tiny little square, these, and again, full step-by-step instructions. Now again, did you learn how to use this tool with these instructions?
Just from the instructions.
Brilliant.
If you didn't manage to get this tool, or you have another tool, a knotting tool that you like the Easy Beadle on Easy knotter, which we've also had on the show.
Oh, brilliant.
You can. It's like a handheld knotting. You've probably seen it in red.
So you can use it with that as well.
You can use it in that as well. So it's called an Easy knotter. We've had them in red and black from Beadle on.
Brilliant.
This is a wooden handled one. But yeah, you can use it with anything. But it's not only just for knotting. I think I was saying to Alison Terry on the crossover as she came out the show. I said you need these because they're absolutely fantastic for regimented gaps in between. So rather than a ruler,
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
They're just fantastic. So if you want a bead every ½ an inch, and you can put a crimp either side, you can just slide this on, and
brilliant.
It doesn't look very much, but it's a really brilliant tool, and the way that they work. This is the ½ an inch one. So this one, then all you're going to do is pop your cord. There's a little gap in the middle.
Yep.
And all you're going to do is just slide it in, and then because it's
clever.
foam on either side, it cushions your gemstone. So it may not be a gemstone that you're using. You may be using a polymer clay bead that you've made yourself, or a more delicate bead that you don't want to damage the surface of.
Can I ask you another question? Yeah. Could you have ½ an inch and 3/4 and alternate both in one design?
Yeah, of course you could. You could put them both on together. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, they've sold out, so congratulations. Could you show us how to use it then,
Of course I can, yeah.
This is the tin cup design. It's absolutely beautiful. As I said, or you might know it's the floating or the station necklace, but it is well known as the tin cup necklace. It was originally pearls in the movie back in 1996, and it's made countless appearances since on the red carpet, even down the supermarket, you name it. This is the style. So, anyway.
And this style of necklace looks really, really rubbish unless your gaps are consistent all the way through.
Yeah.
It can look a little bit higgledy-piggledy.
Okay. Yeah.
So I've just popped it into the actual foam itself, so there's a little tiny cut down the foam, and it will this is, like I say, this is a 0.9 Eslon, so it's absolutely fine with a 0.9 Eslon or anything thicker as well. Okay, all you're going to do again is, if I just pop that through, I'm going to do exactly the same technique. So cross over my thread over the top, put everything down through the middle, and because it's quite a deep bit of foam, it's not going to fall out. Take my finger out before oh Fleur, it was all going so well.
It's not the eraser. So Fleur, over to you. How does it work?
So again, exactly the same technique. Do it again. There we go. Exactly the same technique. Put it all the way up to the top. Make sure it's nice and tight. And if I just turn that again towards you, so you can see. So exactly the same as if I turn it to the back, you can see there.
Okay.
There it is. Clever. There. Okay. So you can see it's in place of a bead, if you like.
Yeah.
Bring it to the front so you can see the actual
Same
action again.
Through the
Slide
yoke.
it across through the yoke. Pull it nice and tight, and pull it. Take it off. When I take that off, I've now got my. And what I didn't do is I didn't put a knot on here, but that's okay. So we can go from here. We'll do it again. We'll go again. So what I'm going to do is take my bead all the way down. I'm going to do just a normal knot this time, just so that one doesn't move again.
Okay. I love this tool. If only they hadn't sold out.
I know, you've missed out.
Yeah, I would have treated myself to that.
All the way through. Bring it over. Pull it nice and tight. And there again, I'm going to pop on my little spacer bar, push it all the way down to that knot, and as you can see, like I said before, it sort of like really cushions the end of the bead. So if you're using your own polymer clay beads that you've made, it's not going to damage them. Again, it's bringing it round all the way through. Bring it nice and tight.
Yep, through the yoke.
There you go. Bring that all the way over. I've just crossed it over there.
It's okay.
What it needs to do, it needs to go that way around. There we go. And you'll see. So if it gets stuck, it's just because you've flipped the beads through the wrong way. So just turn them the other way. Bring it round to the front. Bring it over. Slide it across to that yoke. There we go. And as we pull that through, take it out. And there you've got
the simplest tool, but effective.
Yep. And you're going to get perfect spacing every single time.
And you've proven that with that gorgeous tin cup necklace, or floating, or what, the phrase that you might know, the station necklace. Perfection. Love it. Well done. Brilliant demos. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you.
Fabulous.
Thank you. I'd like to apologise to all of you that missed out on that, but we will send a message to our buying team saying, please get some more. Now then, we did promise you some silk, didn't we? Because of no point having our lovely Fleur here talking to you about silk knotting and things and not having a range of silks. I've never seen us do this many.
No.
You're getting 5 here. Now, all completely natural, these are. They're all silk threads. They're size 2, which is 0.45 mil. And they each have the needle threaded, don't they, already?
Do. Yeah, I'm going to show you how to take it off the card and how to.
Brilliant. So they're 100% natural silk, each of them. You get them in 5 different colours here. In fact, can I borrow 2 of your hands?
Of course you can.
Could you hold those up so we can try, if we can, and get all 5 in? I've got 13 baskets already. This is natural silk in 5 different colours. You've got beige, you've got light pink, white, black and grey. Okay? All 5 of those, all 5 for £6.95. Oh my word. Now, they're ideal for stringing pearls and beads. The cord drapes very naturally. It's got a very good tensile strength, hasn't it?
It has.
Yeah, so very good tensile strength. And it's got a little bit of stretch to it, hasn't it, as you were saying?
It has, yeah. So silk's a natural fibre, so it naturally is going to silk. So there's a few different things you have to do when you take your silk from your card and the way that you're going to use it. And I'll just quickly show you.
You're going to show us how to do that,
Yeah.
okay. So each one has got 2 metres on each card. So obviously there's 10 metres there in total. Of natural silk thread with a stainless steel needle attached. Okay, so 90 have gone already. You can see how quickly they're going. The colours, as you can see there, are beige. They are light pink. They are black. Sorry, darling. Oh, sorry, just to finish the colours. Sorry, look, can I just go back to that so I can just make sure I've got all the colours listed there for you? So, beige, light pink, white, black and grey. The size is 02, which is 0.45 mil, okay? So, £6.95. So, Fleur, while those are all checking out, would you mind showing us what to do, Sweet Pea? Thank you so much.
So there's a few little things on the actual card that tell you a little bit about the silk. So the first thing is the number that's on the top. So it says it's a number 2 card. So that denotes the smallest size of pearl that you can use. So you can use from a 2mm pearl upwards.
Oh, is that what it means?
Yeah, that's what it means. So the gauge underneath is what we're more used to seeing with wires. So 0.45 is the actual gauge of the silk
So the
itself.
number 2 is really important.
Yeah, so the number 2 is really, that number is very, very important. It doesn't mean to say that you can only use a 2mm pearl, because you know you can use anything. But if you've got a 2mm, a number 2 card, it means that all those beautiful gems of distinction that you want to knot as well, they've got a smaller drill hole. This will work perfectly with.
Brilliant.
So what you've got is you've got an actual needle attached, and the way that the needle's tucked underneath, it's actually tucked underneath the back. And if I just bring that out, you'll be able to see. So as you bring the needle off, you need to take the whole thing off the card and keep the card, because what you don't use you can pop back on.
Okay.
So don't think, oh, I only need a bracelet's worth, so I'm just going to cut up to work the bracelet. You need to start right at the other end. So as I'll quickly take all this off. So you get 2 meters on each card. Okay, so as you can see, as it's coming off, can you see how it's all creased? And it's just like a silk shirt. You know, it's gonna crease because it's that natural fibre. So to use it like this, it's going to have all these creases in it. So we need to do a few things to make sure that this is great to use. Because once you start knotting, you can't add in, so you need to start right at the very end. So my needle's on one end and I'm going to start my knotting from the other end. But before I do that, because it's a natural fibre, I'm just going to start to give it a little stretch. And what I'm doing when I'm stretching it is I'm starting to take out those creases. So can you see straight away the creases are starting to come out? As I'm stretching it as well, I'm checking that if it's going to snap, because I don't want it to snap halfway through my necklace. I want to see if there's any sort of like not faults with it, but because it's a natural fibre, as it's being spun, it may have, you know, something may have happened to it. So I don't want anything to happen to it while I'm knotting. So I'm just going through and I'm just checking it all, and just stretching it all the way down. The only part you don't stretch is by the needle, because that's obviously quite a vulnerable part that you don't want to stretch there. So I now know that this, you can see the difference now. It's now taken all those creases out. You can iron it on a very cool iron with a wet tea towel over the top, but I don't do ironing.
I was just going to say, I don't mean to be rude, but I was just about to say, I can't imagine you do that, Fleur.
I don't do ironing. No,
that's what I meant.
So you can sort of use that to get rid of all the creases, and that will take a little bit more of the stretch out. But this now is good to go. This is great to use for, you'd be able to get a necklace a bracelet and still have some left over.
Really?
So I tend to say you need double the amount of for the length of necklace. If you're doing an 18-inch necklace, you need 36 inches of
Double it up.
of silk.
Yeah.
If at any point you think, have I got enough there to finish a bracelet? Don't do it.
Okay.
Because you can't add in. So what you can finish it on a smaller section and then put jump rings to elongate it. But because you've got 2 meters and you've got 5 different cards, you've got plenty to go out, and lovely colours as well.
Okay.
And that's it. That's good to go then. And then because you've got the needle on, I'll just quickly show you one of these pearls goes. So the needle really helps just to thread, because it'd be very difficult to thread.
You might be wondering where Fleur's getting these pearls from. We haven't even done the kit yet.
Oh, no, we haven't, have we? So you can see that the pearls go straight on, and because you've got that little bit of stainless steel needle there, which is it's a long needle, because if it gets kinked up, you can just take your flush cutters and just nibble a little bit off of it. Okay. And then you can see that pearl's gone straight onto that silk, and when I knot that in place, it will stay with a knot on either side of that drill hole.
Great.
And these are my favourite pearls out of the kit.
I thought they might be. I thought they might be. Well, I'll tell you what, before we get to the next stage, should we just pop the kit on? Is that all right? Because otherwise you're not going to be able to get the kit on, we're going to run out of time. So, speaking of pearls, as we're doing pearl knotting and the Not-a-bead and the Not-a-pearl and the spacer pearl tin cup, we've got the lot going on now. I'll start with Fleur's favourite pearls in the kit. These are your black freshwater cultured pearls in 6x5mm. They are fabulous. Fleur, I've got to say.
They're gorgeous.
What makes you love those so much?
The colour.
The colour.
Yeah, the colour, those peacocky colours that come through.
Because it's called black, but they are sort of all different myriad of rainbow colours and blues in there as well, aren't they?
Blues and greens.
They're stunning. I'd have gone almost midnight blue on those. Also, in addition, we're going to give you these delightful, very rarely seen, silver pearls. 8x6mm. They're the largest ones in the set. And we're going to give you some white freshwater cultured pearls as well. Okay, so the white, the silver, and the black, which is like a midnight blue. They're gorgeous. So you're going to get 3 strands. They're all freshwater cultured pearls. 6x5mm in the black, 7x6mm in the white, and 8x6mm in the silver. In addition, speaking of silver, I'm going to give you 2 lots of silver with this kit. We're going to give you a 20-piece findings kit. Now, obviously, if you did manage to get the crimp bundle earlier, when Fleur did you that fantastic demo with the crimping pliers, the good news is, in the new sterling silver sweet findings kits, not only do we give you the crimp tubes, but at your request, we only used to give you a 16-piece findings kit. We now give you the matching 4 crimp covers in sterling silver as well. So you get the 4 crimps, the 4 crimp covers, you get 4 sterling silver head pins, you get sterling silver jump rings ×4, a sterling silver pair of beautiful shepherd hooks, 2 bolt ring clasps, and in addition to that kit, we're going to throw in, you might see some little spacer beads on the right, we're going to give you, is it 40 I think? 20, sorry. No, it is 40, yeah. 40 pieces of sterling silver in a lovely 3mm round. A little 3mm bead. So you get 60 pieces of silver there. 40 in the 3mm spacer beads, 20 in the finding suite kit, and 3 amazing strands of pearls. That's a beautiful high-end kit.
It is. When you've got this calibre of pearls and silk, you know, the pearls and the silk that you're going to use are the pearls and the silk that you know, a high-end jeweller will use. You know, they're exactly the same. The only thing that I've added to this kit is the wire guardians just on the end of the necklace,
which you can get on the show tomorrow.
Which we've got tomorrow.
Great.
That I've seen some outside. I had a sneaky peek.
Can I just show you? Now this is what, because you might be thinking, I don't know what a pearl knotted necklace is. Let me give you a beautiful example. And if I saw that in a shop window in a jeweller's, traditional pearl knotted classic necklace there, you've got to be talking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds.
Yeah, you can see them, you know, in a vast array of prices, but with pearls, everybody knows the perceived value of pearls, so you never have to justify the price of a pearl piece of jewellery to anybody that's going to buy it, or a gift. You know, if you were to give somebody a pearl bracelet or necklace, or even a pair of pearl earrings, they know that perceived value, because it's one of those gems that we've grown up with diamonds just wanting to own.
Can I ask as well, the one of the reasons for starting to pearl knot, is that how I understand, is that Actually, if you did break that necklace, because the fact that they are actually knotted individually, the chances are if you broke that necklace, you would lose a pearl.
Yeah.
A single pearl.
Yeah. The 3 reasons why you knot a pearl necklace are the fact that if it breaks, you're going to lose 1 pearl.
Yeah.
The fact that pearls really shouldn't be worn rubbed against each other because they're quite delicate little flowers. So the knot stops them rubbing against each other. And
So
also
it's
it's to show,
practical as well.
and it's the last one is just to showcase their natural beauty. So each individual one is its own star in its show, because pearl in Latin means unique, and they are just so beautiful and unique. I
didn't know that.
Yeah, it means.
I did not know that. Did you know that? So pearl in Latin means unique.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
And Frederick Kunz says that they are the Mother Nature's finest creations because they need no help from man other than a drill hole.
I agree. Oh,
They
I
need
agree
nothing,
totally. I
they
never
need
knew
nothing.
that about that.
Yeah,
I did
it
not
means
know
unique.
that. But they're beautiful, and the way you've actually added in and done the two-tone in the silver and the blue, in the midnight blue black is gorgeous.
Yeah. So when you're using the spacer beads, if you want to knot within the spacer beads got a bigger drill hole or bigger aperture than the actual pearl itself. So when you're knotting, like we were saying before, the aim of the game is to keep the knot on the outside of the bead or the spacer that you're using. What I've done on that necklace is put sort of like sandwiched one of the silver beads with a pearl either side, and then put the knot on the pearl side rather than next to the bead, because if not it will just go straight over the top of the bead.
Lovely.
So you can see that it's like in trios, if you like.
Okay.
So that's how I've used the silver beads. But the silver beads are great when you're pearl knotting, and I've done quite a few demos on pearl knotting before. You technically should go back through the first and last pearl twice. I never do. I use the sterling silver beads to facilitate that first and last pearl, and exactly the same with the wire guardians that I've used. So that's what I use to use those. But they're just it's such a fresh, beautiful colour to have that sterling silver with these pearls. It
really is. I tell you what we're going to do then, because we want to get onto the demo, don't we? We've obviously told you what's in the kit: the silver, the white, oh gosh, hang on a second. So each one of those strands of pearls is less than £10 each. Oh my goodness me. And then we've thrown in 40 sterling silver 3mm spacer beads and a 20-piece findings kit in sterling silver, not plated, solid 925 sterling silver. The findings kit with the crimps and the crimp covers and the 40 pieces of the 3mm spacers and the 3 strands of pearls. How many kits have we got, Phil? Okay, we had 150 kits and we've got less than 100. So I'm going to leave you to check those out, because I think we're all in agreement. Fleur, while we've got Fleur in the studio, we want Fleur to teach us how to use this beautiful silk, don't we, darling?
So,
can we ask a couple of questions first?
Yeah, because I was going to say that the knotting is exactly the same with the silk as it would be with...
Oh, so it's exactly the same?
Yeah, exactly the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Margaret, can we get some questions in? That would be great. You don't mind, do you,
Not
lovely?
at all,
Good girl.
not at all.
Hi, Fleur and Zena. Hello, darling. Kiss, kiss. Is silk best for pearl knotting? There's a few questions here. What size thread is best to use, and can I use several threads for multicolour pearl knotting? Kiss, kiss, kiss. So,
I personally believe that silk is the best because it's the most traditional. Silk will stretch, and it needs re-knotting every 1 to 2 years depending on the weight and the size of the pearls themselves. I think that's a fabulous thing though, rather than a negative, because it means I can change the colour of my silk.
Yeah.
As and when I want to, and also as well it means that I care for my pearls a little bit more. When you're not actually wearing your pearl jewellery, don't ever leave it on a bust like this or hanging on the mirror or something like that, because it will naturally keep stretching. Pearls are the last thing you put on and the first thing you take off. So they don't like makeup, they don't like deodorants, hairsprays, perfumes, nothing like that. So always store them flat as well, and then the silk won't stretch. You can use man-made fibres, you can use S-lons, things like that. The problem that I find with S-lons is you have to make your own needle, okay? So if I was to get a piece of wire, I've got to make a needle to go through there, which is very simple to do, a piece of 0.25 wire, twist it together, but what you've got is you've got to put double the amount through that drill hole. Yeah. So as long as the double the amount of the knotting material goes through the drill hole and the knot still stays on the outside.
Okay, that's a really good point.
So that's another thing to take into consideration. So for me personally, silk is my preferred technique. S-lon's a lot more forgiving. It doesn't knot up as quick. silk gets magic knots in it. So if you've ever done tapestry or embroidery, you probably know about silk and with its magic knots. If you find that your silk's knotting too much, run a little bit of beeswax through it. The only one that you wouldn't want to run beeswax through is the white, because it will start to colour the beeswax, but you can get crystalline and thread heaven, which we've had before.
And you can use several of the silks together, can't you?
You can. So if you're going to use 2 knots, 2 together, that becomes, rather than a pearl knot, it becomes a baroque knot, okay? So when you're using 2 together, what you would do is, I was going to say if I could, I don't think I'll be able to show, but basically you're going to pop 2 needles through and then just do an overhand knot. So like you're tying your shoelaces with 2. Okay. So it's baroque knot or a Japanese knot. So when you see the Japanese bracelets or sort of like a macrame style knotted bracelet, that's a baroque knot, and it uses 2 cords. So you can use 2 cords together. 1 cord is plenty strong enough. Although we say that this silk's only 0.45, it's very, very strong. It's going to really stand up to a good weight of pearl. So just to answer your question quickly, silk for me. Okay. Store them nice and flat, and you can use double if you do 2 different colours if you want.
Okay, another question for you. Isabel, when knotting, if you use gems in between, do you knot these either side as well, please? Great show, ladies. Thank you, Isabel.
It depends on the size of the gemstone, the drill hole in the gemstone. So the only gemstone that I would never knot at all is a rough diamond, because diamond is the sharpest and hardest thing known to man, really, and it will cut through the silk. Okay. Not straight away, but over wear and tear. So a pearl knotted necklace or a pearl knotted piece of jewellery moves with the undulations of the body, so it's moving more, so it will cut through. Yeah. So diamond is the only one that I stay away from. Okay. If your pearls and your gemstones go onto the same thread, just make sure that if you're going to knot in between them, that they're not the knots stay on the outside of both of them. Traditionally, if your pearl is below 4mm or your gemstone is below 4mm, you knot every 3rd gemstone anyway, because if not, knots are going to be bigger than your gemstones. Okay, all right, okay, got you. Another question from Jacqueline. She says, hi, hello lovely, what is best to use on old pearls which are probably not real? I have some from jumble sales which are beautiful, but the thread is very fragile. So you would take it all apart, so take all the silk out. If you want to keep the same clasp, you can do. Clean all the pearls, and the easiest way to clean the pearls is to pass another silk through them to clean the drill hole as well. Right idea. Because the dirt gets actually inside. Doesn't matter if they're faux pearls, if they've got sentimental value, or you just like them because they're pretty. It doesn't matter. It's exactly the same. A lot of vintage pearls from the 1940s, 1950s aren't actually real. They are faux pearls because they weren't around at the time. So it doesn't matter what it is, what gemstone, what bead it is. It's exactly the same. But to clean it, just pop it through your silk a few times. Tip, that is. If it's real pearls, don't pop them in a bowl of washing up liquid and give them a scrub with a toothbrush. Stay away. Just a nice lint-free cloth, just to give them a wipe round, and then just clean the drill hole with a piece of silk. Good point. Fantastic. Now then, the kit is going very, very quickly indeed. I take it you've got a demo for us, have you, Fleur? What would you like me to demo? Because we've done the knotting. We can. Oh, so sorry. Phil's going. Is she doing a demo? Is she doing a demo? Is she doing a demo? No, I don't know. If she... Oh. Somebody said, could you show us how to put the clasp on one of them for us? Yes, I can. Let me just. Shall I turn one of these round? Is there any one you particularly want to turn? They've all got the horseshoe wire guardians on there, and I don't actually. But they're coming on the show tomorrow. That's good. They're coming on the show tomorrow, so I can quickly show. If I just borrow one of those. Okay. That'd be great actually, because we've done a lovely back to basics show today, haven't we? So that'd be really helpful actually. If you don't mind. If you could imagine that. I've got a little piece of French wire as well, because if you're not using a wire guardian, you use a piece of French wire. So the wire guardian is like a horseshoe shape with 2 drill holes either side. So what I'm going to use is I'm just going to use a jump ring, just to really quickly show you how you would start your necklace. So I'm going to take one of these lovely sterling silver beads, because this is going to act as my first and last bead. So I'm going to pop that onto my needle and take it all the way down to the bottom. Okay. I'm just going to ask a quick question ahead of tomorrow's show. Do we have the wire guardians to show, just so that Fleur could actually... I think they're outside. Or are they... Sam, do you know if you could get them for... I'm just thinking, because if they're on the show tomorrow, do you mind, Sam?
And
That'd be
if we've got access
fantastic.
to them, it means that
that'd
we
be
could.
wonderful.
Brilliant. Do you mind,
Oh,
love?
thank you very
so
much.
much. It's just that if we've got the wire
Thank
guardians
you.
on the show tomorrow morning,
That's
we
wonderful.
may as well incorporate them.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
brilliant.
Thank you, Fleur.
So your wire guardians are like little horseshoes. They've got a drill hole. Oops, sorry, there we go. So you've got two little holes there either side and a little channel for it to go through.
Do you want one or two, Fleur?
Yeah, just one.
Just one.
Fine.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay. So I'm now going to take my needle and I'm going to just use one of those drill holes coming from the bottom of the horseshoe.
Okay.
So going up. So I've still got my silver bead on. I'm going to take that all the way down to meet my silver bead. And like I say, don't be tempted to cut any of this silk off because you can't use it without it's unusable without a needle.
Okay.
So I've now got my silver bead, which is here, my horseshoe here, and now there's a little tiny gully that runs all the way along the top of this. So I'm going to see if I can do it when it's down on the mat. Obviously you would do this when it's a lot closer to your face.
Down the gully. I haven't heard that word for ages.
Or around the snicket, as we say in Yorkshire.
These wire guardians, by the way, are on the show tomorrow morning. So if you're thinking where they are, they're not on the show tonight. They are on tomorrow morning's show. Okay.
And at this point, don't rush this bit, because if you get a knot at this point, it's very difficult to get it out. So this little wire guardian now, what that's going to do is it's going to stop the actual silk from rubbing against the finding or the jump ring that's going to attach the clasp to. So if I just turn it a little bit, you can see there it sits quite neatly inside that little area there. And then taking my needle again, which I've just lost over here. Hold on. And then I'm going to go back through my silver bead. Sorry, no, my things come off now. Right, 2 seconds.
It's all right. We can
Start
fix this. Don't worry. We did throw this at you at the last minute, so I do apologise,
okay,
Fleur.
That's fine.
While Fleur's just getting that ready again. Sorry, the silver pearls, the white pearls, the black pearls, the 20-piece sterling silver findings kit with the crimps and the crimp tubes, the covers, and the 40 pieces of sterling silver 3mm spacer beads there have gone to £28.95. They are going very quickly indeed. So don't forget to check out my lovelies.
Okay, so I've gone back through that horseshoe again, rewound a little bit.
Thank you, sweetie.
There we go. And so now I'm going to go back through my sterling silver bead as well. And like traditionally, this would be your first pearl that you would ream to make the hole a little bit bigger.
Okay.
But life's too short, and sterling silver looks beautiful.
Okay, great.
So I'm now going to go all the way through, just make sure it's not knotting as it goes. This is where we start to pray that it's not going to knot.
To be fair, as I said, we have thrown this at Fleur and we're putting her under a bit of pressure to get it done, so sorry, Fleur.
That's all right. It's at this point that you don't sort of like, if you pull it tight as it's moving along, it will just knot up straight away. Let's see if has that fixed it. All we need to do is just show how to get that together anyway. I'm making this look really difficult.
It's okay.
It's not really difficult.
It's because we're rushing. That's all it is.
There
I
we
could always
go.
go and do something else if he wants to come back to you. It's not a problem.
No, I think we're sorted.
You okay?
I think we're there.
Thank you, lovely girl.
We're nearly there anyway.
We're nearly there.
We're nearly
Not far
there.
off.
And these things happen anyway. They happen when
It's
you're
nice
at
to see
home
how
as
you get
well.
out of it actually as well.
You just have to sort of like retrace your steps and just take all those little twists and turns out. And then as we pull that nice and tight now, I think what it's done is it's done a little dance.
It has, hasn't it? It's had a right little dance, hasn't it?
It's done a right little dance under there.
Okay.
It's just because it's so far away, I can't see it.
I'll tell you what.
There we go.
You okay, or do you want me to go and do the cabochons and come back?
If you do the cabochons, then
let's
come
do
back
that.
and then I'll be all sorted.
Would that be
then.
okay with you? Just because we did throw this at Fleur, we'll do a quick star by, we'll come straight back. Yeah? Star by. Now, I say star buy, I think this was our deal of the day today actually. But it is amazing, oh my word. You get, there's only 60 chances left. You get we will go back to Fleur, don't worry, 1,480 carats of labradorite in these amazing, look at that for a marquee shaped labradorite. Oh my goodness, look at the colours, look at the pinks, look at the turquoise, look at the royal blues, look at the teals. We have got, in this parcel, I've got 41 cabochons that are amazing. Now, I don't guarantee 41, but we do guarantee 1,400 and 1,480 carats of all shapes, ovals, marquees, cushioned, rectangles. Oh my word, purple's in there as well. Look, 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 look. Oh wow. We've got squares, we've got pear drops, we've got rounds. I've got an incredible myriad of shapes of labradorite. You also get, in addition, 20 metres of silver-plated wire as well. Let me just check for you. Gosh, great. 0.4 and 0.8 mil as well. So you get the silver-plated wire as well. 10 metres in 0.4, 10 metres in 0.8. And these extraordinary labradorites. As I said, in my parcel here in the studio, I happen to have 41 different labradorites in the most fascinating shapes. I mean, look at this one here. Fascinating, like a tie shape. Isn't that lovely? Beautiful. All different designs, all different shapes, all different sizes. I've got small marquees. I've got large marquees. I've got labradorites that are just unbelievable. The whole lot for $34.95, Phil. Really? Gosh, God, that's a lot for your money, isn't it? And the difference in sizes and shapes is incredible. Beautiful labradorite, so amazing. So have you divided that by 41 for me, Phil? Please, love. And that's with free wire. 85 pence for these labradorites. 85 pence each and free wire. Free 20 metres of wire. Brilliant. Now, I don't know about you, Phil. How are you getting on, Sweet Pea?
I was doing fine until I dropped it.
Oh, you didn't? Did you? Did you?
It's wine o'clock.
I'm sorry, Fleur. I'm sorry. You all right?
I'm nearly there again. Don't
you
worry,
okay?
I'm there. Yeah.
So, as I said before, I can't physically hold all these up for you, but they are shockingly good. As I said, you know, marquees, oval, rectangle, squares, cushion shapes, rounds, unbelievable, different depths, different sizes, amazing quality. I mean, just unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Tell you what we'll do. We're going to go across to Fleur because thank you, Sam, but we got to try and get this in if we can. Now, obviously, Fleur's done so many demos tonight. If she doesn't get time to do it, I do apologise, but we're going to keep our fingers crossed. All right, my lovelies? Right then, we have been busy, haven't we?
Right, back again now. So, what I've got now is I've got my wire guardian in place and my bead. Okay. So I'm just going to put it nice and tight. Now, can you see how the wire guardian's a lot wider than the bead? If I can you see that, let me just get the pliers just to show you. Be a bit easier for you to see. So you can see that it's a little bit wider. You see there's a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do, and you can use your fingers, just going to squeeze it, because it's sterling silver, these ones. They're fabulous and malleable. So I'm just going to give it a little squeeze, so now it's a little bit closer together. If I hold it, can you see there? There you go. So you can see now it's a little bit closer together, okay? So all I'm going to do now is take I've got my tail end here, so I've left quite a long tail so that I don't have to try and knot with a really small tail. I'm now going to put a couple of knots onto here just to secure this in place. So just one knot, so just overhand knots.
Yep.
once and twice there. So now what I would do is get my hypo cement glue. Don't use any glue of that super variety because it would rot straight through
So the GS hypo cement.
GS hypo cement's perfect, and you're going to pop a little bit of a dab of glue on that knot, and you're also going to put a dab of glue up this tail end as well, so that when you cut it you don't get a halo of sort of like silk. And then you're going to start your knotting technique with your beads or your pearls of your choice with your Not-a-bead tool, and when you get to the end, exactly the same at the end, but you're only going to have one piece of silk. But this silk's fabulous because if you untwist it, it's on 2 sections, so it's twisted together into pairs. So all you would do is just untwizzle it when you get to the other end, and then again you've got 2 ends then to tie your knot on the other end. So if you've got any questions or anything like that, because I know we've rushed this a little bit here, just message me on my my Guest Designer Facebook page, and I'll be able to go through it a little bit better for you and a little bit more detail.
Thank you. Now, speaking of which, where did I put that? Is it over here or is it over there? Now, workshops. There might be a piece of paper over there about workshops, or have I got it here? No, here we go. So, if you would like to learn more about pearl knotting projects with this fantastic lady stood next to me, she's got a course coming up, a workshop on Thursday the 24th of August. And you can go on the pearl knotting projects course with you, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
You could stop over. You could. For the next day and go on Friday the 25th of August. There are spaces available onto Jadeite Jewellery Dreams. Now, you've done this once before, sold out.
Yep, and that's another different knotting technique, using tweezers on that one. So you're going to use, if you come to both courses, you'll see both hand knotting techniques, one with an awl, one with the tweezers.
Brilliant.
And I'll make sure you can get a few of these in there as well.
That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yes, if you want to have a go with those.
So those are coming up for you. Or the 2 ways you can do it. Call the call centre now and say, I'd like to go on Fleur Hastings' workshop, either the pearl knotting, jadeite, or both. Thursday the 24th, Friday the 25th of August. Go onto the call centre, just ask them and they'll pop it onto your order for you, or you can do it yourself. Go onto the JewelleryMaker.com website, scroll down to the bottom of the screen, there's a middle box, you'll see the icons there, it's beautifully laid out now. Click on workshops, click on August, and select the date, and it'll show that there are dates available. You get lunch, you have a lovely day, don't you?
Little studio
tour as well. Meet whoever presenters are in, and it's really lovely. I'm going to tell you now, that's, I think, my favourite late show.
Oh,
I loved it.
Thank you. That's really
Learned loads.
Oh, thank
really
you. I've loved it.
Honestly, I hope you've enjoyed it. If you, honestly, as much as I really, that sounds like blowing me our own trumpet. Really enjoyed it though. Really
I think we've been very useful today.
I'd like to think we have. Fantastic, I think. Thank you so much, lovely girl. Thank you. You've been brilliant. Thank you. Stay tuned tomorrow morning for the Wire Guardians and back on the Late Show all day as well. Tools, tools, tools.
Buying from Jewellery Maker couldn't be easier. When we bring an item to you, all the graphics come on screen, and this gives you all the information that you will need to know, from the item code to the product description with all of the key information. Then the price comes on, and whether you join at the beginning or at the end of the offer, everyone pays the final on-screen price. So, when you see an item that you would like to buy, simply pick up the phone and dial our free phone number, and you'll get through to our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, you can join us at www.JewelleryMaker.com and start your jewellery making journey today. Jewellery Maker, the one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. At Jewellery Maker, we are always looking at ways to provide you with a fantastic shopping experience. With this in mind, we'd like to welcome you to our new pre-order option. Selected items throughout the day will be put on display and made available for pre-order. When the presenter informs you that the pre-order service is available on an item, this is your chance to pop it into your online basket or speak to one of our brilliant call centre team members and be one of the first to secure your purchase.
If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
You can watch us every day 8 AM till 10 PM on Sky, Virgin and Freesat, and every day from 8 AM till 1 PM on Freeview.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global